Muy buenos días.
Доброе утро всем. Второй день сессии. Благодарим вас за интерес, участие. Надеюсь, вы хорошо отдохнули. Определение, касающееся, какая есть информация в каждой стране с учетом потребностей жилья. Мы услышали о программах, о предложениях по новому жилью, говорили о миллионах единиц жилья, которые будут построены в следующие годы. Также были методологические предложения, как рассматривать вопрос. В частности, Бразилия предложила создать подгруппы для рассмотрения тем. Речь идет о неформальных поселениях, новациях, строительстве жизнестойкости, изменении климата, доступ к земле, финансирование. Говорили о том, что страны придают большое значение финансированию. Как обеспечить право на надлежащее жилье, и говорили о методологии. Вот такие предложения поступили. Они важны для анализа. Как консолидировать эту группу экспертов? И важно гарантировать право на надлежащее жилье во всем мире. Мы должны рассмотреть элементы, чтобы ассамблея могла принять решение по рекомендациям рабочей группы. Надо попросить вас передать секретариату ваше предложение. Это очень важная информация. В соответствии с резолюцией о создании рабочей группы говорится, среди прочего, как оценить ситуацию с обеспечением доступа к надлежащему жилью, передовой опыт в области обеспечения надлежащего жилья. Как рассмотреть ситуацию с надлежащим жильем, оценить прогресс, многостороннюю поддержку, направить рекомендации ассамблеи. Нужно более конкретно рассматривать вопросы, и вынести рекомендации ассамблеи. Есть важная высокая цель конкретизировать политику, чтобы обеспечить доступ к надлежащему жилью. Предложения, анализ вчера были очень интересными. надо конкретизировать функции рабочей группы. И надо определиться, как мы будем работать дальше. Как конкретизировать инструменты информационной системы, методологии. Спасибо за участие. Я дам слово секретариату. Доброе утро, госпожа председатель, исполнительный директор, коллеги, делегаты. Да, было много пробок, просто выпускной сегодня. Два момента. Вчера было предложение отложить обсуждение выборов бюро сопредседателей. Потом мы направили информацию, предложение на ваше рассмотрение. Давайте перенесем после пункта 7. Было еще одно предложение. Возможно, вы хотите рассмотреть предложение по выборам. Потом сняли. Мы снова рассматриваем вопрос после пункта 7. Большинство из вас хотели проконсультироваться со столицами, чтобы получить указания. Прежде чем мы перейдем к дискуссии. Второе. Завтра днем в обед есть предложение посетить Макуру, доступное жилье в Кении. Вам, как экспертам, будет интересно. 50 человек можно. Сейчас 22 делегата, которые зарегистрировались, поэтому есть еще места, кто хочет поехать. Этот проект доступного жилья Макуру – это стройка. Вам выдадут каски, нужна соответствующая обувь. И если будет дождь, то захватите зонты. Будет обед предоставлен в коробках. Автобусы из ООН будут. Отдел охраны безопасности, политическая, дипломатическая полиция Кении окажут поддержку в ходе визита. Сегодня мы пробную совершим поездку. Этим будет заниматься служба охраны безопасности правительства Кении и ООН Хабитат до визита. Мы предоставим вам эту информацию завтра утром. Вам не нужно быть в костюмах, пиджаках. Одевайтесь так, как будто вы на сафари. Но только это в Найроби. Спасибо.
Muchas gracias.
Председатель, спасибо. Продолжаем обсуждение пункта 4. Разработка механизма для измерения представления данных о надлежащем жилье в различных национальных и местных условиях. Спасибо, госпожа председатель. Доброе утро. Спасибо, что напомнили, госпожа председатель. Что нам надо делать, как рабочей группе? Помогать секретариату тоже организоваться, оказывать поддержку, давать ответы. Формат этой заседания в течение нескольких дней. Мы уже оцениваем просьбы в резолюции. Просят нас оценить ход программы «Надлежащее жилье для всех», выявить практику и разработать базу, рассмотреть программу работы ОНХабитат, выявить прогресс, подумать о многосторонней, двусторонней поддержке и подготовить какие-то рекомендации. Какие платформы существуют обмена? Вот что рекомендуется в резолюции. К нам, как к рабочей группе. Трансформация неформальных поселений. Все тут просто. И, возможно, подготовить какие-то рекомендации. С точки зрения ОНХабитат, ваши комментарии вчера с заявлением были очень полезными, они нам помогают. Как определить приоритетные темы в разных странах, регионах? И как мы можем оптимизировать нашу работу? Были презентации Латинамерика, Африка, исследовательская работа, которой мы занимаемся. Какие средства есть? Что будем делать дальше? ОНХабитат уже проводит большую работу, которая ожидается, и надзор должна осуществлять рабочая группа. Вчера были презентации, сегодня будет. Что мы делаем? Как оцениваем работу по обеспечению права на надлежащее жилье на основе практики, опыта, которые поделились, исследованиях, инвестициях, многосторонних, двусторонних учреждений. Коллега Роберт Нгуа, глава секции по данным и анализу отдела по знаниям. Я прошу его выступить с презентацией. Спасибо, Исполдир. Госпожа председатель, доброе утро всем уважаемым делегатам. Как Исполдир отметила, я коротко, но подробно расскажу, чем занимается ОНХабитат. У нас есть уже индикаторы по жилью. Что нужно сказать тут? Мы работаем не в одиночку. Жилье имеет огромное значение. Мониторинг, отчетность должны быть своевременными. Процесс продолжается. Статистическое сообщество занимается экономической оценкой ВВП, национальные счета. Они признают, жилье имеет огромное значение в плане национальных счетов, ВВП. Жилищный кризис будет иметь серьезные последствия, что их беспокоит, как экономика работает, и это касается благосостояния.
И в этом статистическом сообществе мы всегда понимаем вызовы, с которыми мы сталкиваемся, и работаем параллельно с тем, чтобы разработать механизм, который позволит нам лучше понять и лучше измерить, что происходит в жилищном секторе. Сейчас идут различные дискуссии. Одна из них касается благополучия наших граждан. И что мы можем использовать еще, кроме такого показателя, как ВВП? Что значит иметь хороший ВВП и как это отражается на благополучии граждан. Мы думаем и о других индикаторов. Есть соответствующая декларация саммита для будущего. И мы продолжаем эту работу. И хотел бы сказать, что статистическое сообщество также работает над улучшением международных стандартов, принципов, которые помогают нам обеспечивать мониторинг и представлять отчеты по этим индикаторам. Как сказал исполдиректор, ООН «Хабитат» уже провел первоначальный анализ в соответствии с различными рамками. И мы начинаем нашу работу не с нуля, конечно. Мы должны что-то взять за отправную точку. И если вы предложите какие-то индикаторы, то будет очень хорошо. Вы также сами разрабатываете систему национальных счетов в каждой своей стране, и вы понимаете, что происходит. Поэтому как объединить все эти различные направления статистической работы с тем, чтобы начинать не с нуля и не изобретать колесо, и использовать наши немногочисленные ресурсы максимально эффективно. Вот это все нам помогает собирать статистические данные по жилищному сектору. И это, естественно, должно быть связано с вопросами политики. Мы часто общаемся со статистическим сообществом и знаем, что нужно объединить этот процесс с вашими рекомендациями. Поэтому будем работать параллельно, в тандеме, с тем, чтобы перейти к конкретным действиям. Это имеет решающее значение. Вместе с национальными экспертами в области статистики мы продолжаем взаимодействовать. И мы проводим соответствующие мероприятия по неотложным вопросам. И жилищный сектор – это один из таких приоритетов. Поэтому многие страны уже являются членами этого международного сообщества статистиков. Они проводят анализ, вырабатывают национальные механизмы и разрабатывают инновационные пути сбора статистических данных. И надеемся, что в результате работы нашей группы мы сможем выработать для них полезные рекомендации, дать им те направления работы, которые имеют наибольшее значение для наших партнеров. И нужно также сказать, что жилищный сектор включает в себя много аспектов. Есть национальные статистические системы, которые рассматривают его через экономические факторы, другие системы через социальные аспекты или через экологические. Поэтому мы видим, каковы здесь инвестиции в видим демографию. И видим такие вопросы, как социальное жилье, перенаселенность, бездомность и так далее. Поэтому мы обсуждаем многие элементы, которые нужно учитывать в том, что касается представления отчетов в области жилищного сектора и мониторинга. Конечно, все зависит от сбора информации, от соответствующего финансирования и от работы международного статистического сообщества и национальных статистических систем. Нужно также учитывать национальный контекст при сборе этих данных, получать дезагрегированную информацию по тем группам населения, которые остались на обочине этого процесса. И другие индикаторы касаются рыночных условий, создания рабочих групп, которые могут понять, где какой-то дефицит существует в области жилья. И необходимо проводить связь с конкретными политическими решениями. Это касается и планирования на будущее, и учитывало бы новую повестку для городов, ЦУР и другие подобные программы. Что касается устойчивости, то мы подумали о некоторых элементах жилищного сектора, таких как право на жилье, у нас есть соответствующие данные из национальных агентств. Есть также информация по перенаселенности. Мы имеем уже всю эту национальную информацию. Также коэффициент цена-доход, стоимость жилья. Также мы получили такую же информацию из различных стран. Мы уже ее скомпилировали. И тематические аспекты и, естественно, национальные стратегии и интересы в области жилищного сектора. Это главные принципы, с которыми мы согласны. Нужно учитывать новую городскую повестку, ЦУР. И это имеет фундаментальное значение. И опять же, напоминаю о том, что нужно обеспечить взаимосвязь между сбором статистических данных и тех решений, которые потом принимаются на этой основе на политическом уровне. И нужно работать на национальном уровне, глобальном уровне. И нужно участие граждан с тем, чтобы понимать, что происходит в области жилищного сектора. И в качестве резюме нужно сказать, что очень важно разрабатывать механизм на основе набора индикаторов и затем сделать так, чтобы политические решения принимались на основе этих индикаторов. Есть региональный аспект, есть необходимость проводить национальные консультации, и также вопрос о тех темах, на которых мы будем концентрироваться. У нас есть статистика, у нас есть цифры, но каковы будут политические последствия? Поэтому об этом тоже нужно помнить. И на этом я хотел бы поблагодарить вас за внимание. Спасибо большое, Роберт. Это было очень полезно для нашего сообщества, поскольку мы должны определить направление, по которым будем работать в рамках статистической работы. Это будет использоваться статистическими агентствами различных стран. Соответственно, это будет иметь большое значение. И важно понимать, какова информация, которую мы должны изначально собирать. И также обеспечить коммуникацию между различными странами. Поэтому наша работа здесь является очень актуальной, поскольку мы можем обеспечить взаимодействие между статистическими ведомствами различных государств, которые определят ту критически важную информацию, которая необходима для нашей работы. И принятые нами решения также должны иметь свои временные рамки для реализации. И от вас нам нужна количественная информация, которую мы хотели бы получать на этой группе, а также получать в межсессионный период с тем, чтобы собирать больше информации. Поскольку сами мы не производим информацию, вы ее производите. И та информация, которую вы нам предоставите, будет использована уже для нашего стратегического анализа. Итак, мы заслушали доклад и комментарии исполнительного директора по данному слову. Теперь переходим к дискуссии. Франция, пожалуйста. Спасибо, госпожа председатель. Мы приветствуем достигнутый прогресс в области программы предоставления надлежащего жилья. На Международном урбанистическом форуме этот вопрос поднимался. И Франция благодарит секретариат за проведение этого исследования, которое дает нам полезную информацию в области жилищного сектора, особенно в том, что касается доступного жилья. И в соответствии с резолюцией Ассамблеи ООН «Хабитат» 23 года и стратегического плана с 26 на 29 год, который сейчас разрабатывается, необходимо, чтобы будущее программирование в области предоставления надлежащего жилья для всех соответствовало этому приоритету. Естественно, эксперты могут сформулировать свои приоритеты для будущей программы и ее будущего развития. И Франция рекомендует, чтобы будущая деятельность ООН «Хабитат» поддерживала формулирование государственной политики и национальных стратегий. И, во-вторых, понять, каковы те географические зоны, где урбанизация ведет к повышению цен на жилье. Например, Субсахарская Африка и АТР также, мне кажется, заслуживают нашего приоритета. Спасибо. Спасибо. Франция, Алжир, пожалуйста. Спасибо, госпожа председатель. Доброе утро всем. Мы принимаем информацию по разработке механизма для измерения предоставления данных о надлежащем жилье, особенно в том, что касается устойчивости и доступности. Но нужно учитывать, что контекст везде свой. Поэтому это касается также доступности и базовых услуг и самого жилья.
Africa Regional Group, indicators on access to education and health services to be included in measurement of availability of services. On another hand, we call for the consideration of indicators of maintenance cost for post-housing distribution and sustainability of construction products to be integrated within the indicators of sustainability.
Это должно использоваться в отношении сельских и городских районов. Сельские районы не должны исключаться из этого процесса. Также требуются индикаторы в области урбанистики, развития городов, наращивания потенциала. И полагаем, что эти индикаторы позволят обеспечить взаимосвязь между работой на национальном уровне и работой этой рабочей группы. Спасибо большое, госпожа председатель. Спасибо большое. Бразилия, пожалуйста. Спасибо, госпожа председатель. Хотели бы подчеркнуть важность этих данных. Для измерения использования результатов государственной политики в области жилищного сектора. И для нас очень важно локализовать, что является надлежащим жильем не только в глобальном плане, но и на уровне городов. Что такое надлежащее жилье?
Public policies issues such as education, such as health, such as infrastructure, that sometimes it has other gaps, other backlogs in the city as a whole. And when we measure what we are doing and we say, oh, it's not totally adequate, maybe we're bringing to our housing policies some other responsibilities. So, of course, it's for the adequate housing, we have to consider all this, but it has to be localized, like it's getting a better city when we're doing this, but we still have other gaps in the city about education, about the other infrastructure issues that has to be addressed by specific policies, and so it's adequate for that context. And we have to look at that. We are trying to do that nowadays to measure our housings and our financing. So, okay, we still have some gaps, but we have some sanitation gaps that are being treated with sanitation policies, but for all the city, but the house is doing adequate for that context. So we think it has to be really clear in that definition, so we can not bring to the housing policy some other issues that cannot be addressed only with housing, but with other public policies of services too. And of course, we have to do this very carefully so we don't lose the concept of adequate housing has to have all the infrastructure and all the services and all the rights to the public services.
Gracias.
Thank you. China?
尊敬的主席、执行主任，
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Regarding the poverty reduction target, China has made great contributions. Our per capita housing area in urban China has grown from 6.7 square meters to 42 square meters. Urban households now have on average more than 1.1 housing units each. We have built the world's largest housing security system. Since 1998, we have over 90 million affordable and resettlement units, benefiting 200 million people. Low-income families with housing difficulties are now mostly covered. Since the 18th National Congress, over 66 million affordable and resettlement units have been built, accounting for 73% of the total. In terms of shantytown renovation between 2008 and 2023, over 55 million resettlement units have been built, helping more than 100 million people moving from shanties to buildings. In terms of public rental units, by 2023, 16.4 million public rental units are under construction. 38 million low-income people have been accommodated. More than 28 million received rental subsidies. On affordable rental housing, since 2021, 6.7 million rental units have been built or sourced, addressing housing needs for 20 million young people and new urban residents. In terms of the monitoring framework, we also want to share with you Chinese practices. Because we are seeing changing dynamics in China. China has shifted from rapid quantity growth to quality development. The main challenge now is addressing the growing demand for better living conditions while dealing with uneven and inadequate development. This change has significantly influenced housing development. On one hand, the supply-demand dynamics has shifted. Housing development has moved from a total shortage to a basic balance, yet with coexisting structural oversupply and undersupply. People want better housing. On the other hand, urban development has entered a new renewal phase, focusing not just on expanding, but on improving the quality of existing infrastructure and building new and better constructions. Cities must prioritize upgrading the quality, design, functionality, and resilience, moving away from quantity focus to quality focus. China is improving better housing and communities and neighborhoods. And we also have taken initiatives to provide security, housing, and subsidies, among other pilots. So in terms of the monitoring framework, we will also look at more elements to factor into the indicators. The changing situation is helping us to improve the policies so that we can integrate more factors into the indicators to reflect the changes. We have had some pilots, for example, in terms of the investments. Our public finance has been monitoring the housing sector and formed new mechanism to follow up on the housing changes. And we also have built aligned standards for the whole nation. Through this working group, we will also explore new assessment and evaluation framework and concepts and align with our nationwide practices. We can also form coalitions for housing so that we can align our evaluation practices. And additionally, we have a suggestion in terms of the grouping of the indicators. We think there are 4 points. First, in terms of adequacy and its reporting. Second, practices exchanging as a platform. Third, data sharing globally. Fourth, the construction industry, for example, green construction and energy saving, and also better materials and planning for the housing. These are my suggestions. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Mexico, please. Thank you. If you'll allow me, Chair. Mexico agrees on the need to create a reference framework which will allow us, first of all, to measure adequate housing. And then we can see progress made on this right, and to measure impacts of public policies and thereby redirect or adjust efforts based on recent experiences in Mexico, or striving to create a methodology to measure adequate housing. We are faced with some challenges. The first is that we have limited data for the construction of variables relating to each one of the elements of adequate housing. There's also the complexity for the quantitative measuring of certain elements, such as cultural aspects and accessibility. Another challenge that we are facing is the difficulty in setting out criteria depending on the territorial and local context. That is, depending on the urban or rural situation. Variables such as location, cultural aspects are very particular, and this represents a challenge in order to standardize all of this. One important aspect emerging from the Mexican experience in this methodology is when we strive to include the 7 elements of adequate housing. We saw that around 20 million housing in Mexico lack at least one element of adequate housing. So that's an important piece of information. It's a difficult reality, but nevertheless, we believe that the difficulties in creating this methodology and measuring some of these aspects limit or produce results which could be underestimated. Another challenge identified in order to measure at international level adequate housing is that in addition to what I've said about the experience in Mexico, there's a difference between measurement instruments and the characteristics in each nation. So each one of the states here present has specific information data with specific methodologies and instruments. And this represents another element of complexity. So considering all of that, in terms of proposal, I would like to suggest that we take up these subgroups that were suggested yesterday so that we can then, through them, share international experiences. And through that, in a joint manner, try and set out a reference methodology which could then allow us to carry out monitoring. And then we could also add other indicators on related topics, such as territorial management, cost of materials, which has already been noted, the topic of employment, etc. And finally, I'd like to share the results of the working group so that we can implement this methodology in a homogeneous manner, or to ensure that it can be implemented in other countries. Thank you. Thank you. United Kingdom.
Thank you very much, Excellency Chair, and as this is my first time to intervene, I wanted to congratulate you on your expert chairing of this working group. Thank you also to the Secretariat and Madam ED for all the information that you've provided to prepare for this working group. I wanted to just provide the UK's perspective on our housing approach. We also have a huge housing crisis, and our government has committed to providing the biggest increase in social and affordable house building in a generation. They've committed to deliver 1.5 million homes by 2029, and this is no mean feat. The way we look at this is through three main criteria or prisms. One is on quantity, quality, and affordability. And in our view, these might be quite simple and straightforward pillars through which we can address this working group's work. And we think that it captures many of the issues that have been raised here by nations, and I'm happy to illustrate. So for quantity, with the increase in global population, we have no choice but to increase the housing stock. And UN Habitat can help national and local governments to identify their current and future housing needs. Nations need to identify the type of housing that they require, whether it's for students, young professionals, families, retirement homes, housing for people with different accessibility requirements, etc. What mix they want of owned, rented, or social housing, where the housing should be located, how to address the stigma of social housing and the resistance from some communities that do not want to have social housing in their neighborhood for fear that it lowers their housing prices, for instance. There are a lot of issues we can look at under the pillar of quantity that came up yesterday, including on location and what are the basic services available, proximity to jobs, etc., and infrastructure. This means helping national authorities to generate or access available data, promoting innovative modeling approaches, promoting public engagement to understand not just the needs, but also the aspirations of the different community groups, and developing comprehensive and inclusive planning policies. As an illustration, the UK is doing exactly that. We've just launched a national planning policy framework, a new homes accelerator, and a new towns task force, and allocated $3 billion for small and medium-sized enterprises and the build-to-rent sector through expanded housing guarantee schemes. And we're going to publish a housing strategy which will set out a long-term vision for the housing market to ensure that it works for communities. How will we measure this? We will do this through the established measurement of net additional dwellings, which deduct demolitions from completions data and includes conversions and change of use. We'll also monitor progress towards the target by frequently considering data across planning applications, permissions, starts, and completions. So there are different ways that each government will measure the quantity of housing that's being provided. Secondly, on quality, We agree with Mexico that we should avoid overly subjective criteria. So for us, for instance, cultural adequacy is difficult to articulate at an international level. We look at this through what is a decent house, what is habitability, as was raised by Brazil. Criteria could be what is safe, so we're looking at basic building standards, so that houses don't collapse, that they don't have unsafe chemicals like asbestos or highly flammable cladding. And some of you will be aware that we had some very unfortunate incidents in the UK where high-rise apartments suffered severe damage due to unsafe cladding. Habitable or basic decent housing should be weatherproof, so we agree with Barbados that they need to also be resilient to extreme weather. They need to be well ventilated to prevent illnesses related to smoke inhalation, and access to water and basic sanitation. And finally, they need to be energy efficient, and these are different nations face different challenges. So those with heating challenges want to find easy, energy efficient ways to heat, and others are looking for cost-effective ways to cool their houses. And finally, affordability, and this is a huge question that affects all countries. We need to look at the various housing tools and the way that different national and private providers are incentivizing house building and house ownership. How can we help to lower building costs without compromising on safety? How do we protect renters, including abolishing no-fault evictions, preventing private renters from being exploited and discriminated against, and empowering people to challenge unreasonable rent increases? We agree with Brazil that this needs to be localized, so the cost of housing will often vary significantly within each country depending on the region, so the solutions required for each locality and the housing needs need to be looked at or understood at a local level. And we also need to address the tension between housing as a driver for economic development and housing as a human right. For us, the two are not mutually exclusive, but we've heard lots of concerns about the rental market, or the fact that people are looking to turn their houses into rental properties or looking to acquire a house as an asset. And this doesn't have to be mutually exclusive from the human right. We recognize the value of intergenerational investments where people can hand down their houses to their children, etc. So I think if we use these three pillars of quantity, quality, and affordability, we can simplify the way that we present our guidelines at an international level, but it allows us to capture the challenges that are being faced both in the global north and the global south. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Morocco.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Yes, of course, we welcome all of the work which was carried out by UN Habitat in terms of the setting up of a statistical measurement framework. Now, in Morocco, we have, of late, in fact in 2024, carried out our general census of both the population and our housing stock. We therefore possess fresh data, fresh statistical data regarding housing at all levels: national, local, regional, urban, rural. Now, the Ministerial Department for Housing also carries out specific studies regarding housing. We've carried out a number of surveys regarding the assessment of our program for fighting against inadequate housing. We have carried out a very important survey in close cooperation with UN Women regarding the impact of our programs for combating slums. We've also carried out a number of more in-depth surveys regarding such phenomenon, such as inappropriate housing, inadequate housing, because this is a phenomenon which is growing as a result of climate change. And as you know, Morocco is a country where we have 30 medinas, as in old cities. Some of them are 1,200 years old, i.e. 12 centuries. So this whole topic of refurbishing old housing units is one which we devote increasing attention, because of the next 2 years, all Moroccans will be cities without any slums. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Costa Rica. Thank you. And good morning. Costa Rica has seen a success at regional level in terms of filling the quantitative housing gap through a national financing system for housing, which has been existent for around 40 years and has made up around a quarter of the housing stock in the country. We also have credit subsidies helping many people to access social housing. Nevertheless, in terms of the real housing gap and housing deficit, in terms of qualitative aspects, we continue to work on structural issues. In general terms, the quantitative social housing deficit in Peru makes up around 10%, and in terms of qualitative, it's 90%. But investing in filling this gap has been difficult. Around 10% for qualitative, which continues to increase despite the various economic levels of the different populations within the country. But we are trying to establish credits in order to fill these gaps. So we have a scenario in which a high percentage of social housing developed by the housing system is reaching the end of its useful life. And the state credit subsidy system is also not sufficient. An important part of this housing, previously built as a solution, is going to fill the qualitative gap and sometimes the quantitative gap. We believe that the systematic generation and constant maintenance of housing stock needs to include specificities. Therefore, local governments are working on this. In most cases in Costa Rica, these lack capacities in order to maintain data on all this to the required level. Therefore, capacity building and links to better mechanisms and instruments of governance at national level and sub-national and municipal level and local level in this area is essential to ensure that we have adequate data. This also takes into account that adequate housing is not an end in itself, but a starting point as well. That is a way for people, families and communities to come out of poverty and to access more balanced indicators of quality of life. We also reiterate the importance of measuring the public value of this through this data, of investment in adequate housing, considering the effects in the medium and long term in the various territories and communities. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. There are no more requests for the floor. For interpretation purposes, I would ask you to read your statements a bit slower so that the interpreters have time to interpret. Well, we've heard various qualitative and quantitative aspects. I would ask the Executive Director to perhaps provide some comments on all of the aspects that have been addressed. Thank you.
So yeah, we just would like to react and discuss a little bit with you about the points that you raised. Edla, would you like to start a little bit?
Madam President, Executive Director, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good morning to you all. Thank you very much for the guidance and the reflections that you have shared with us with respect to the monitoring and reporting of adequate housing. Just to provide a few sort of responses and ideas around what we have heard from you, I think there were a number of interventions on the issue of definitions and concepts that need to be better clarified. And this is also quite related to the scope of indicators that you are guiding us to include in our work in this respect. So we have taken note of that. Of course, we have the 7 dimensions of adequate housing already in place, but we would value your further guidance on whether it is time to revisit the 7 dimensions of adequate housing, and if so, what that process might look like. This is quite relevant, we believe, because you have guided us to include additional indicators such as impact indicators. There were recommendations around looking at other sectoral public policy indicators related to education and health. Of course, the dimension on sustainability and climate resilience has come up quite a lot. There was also a recommendation around looking at implications for employment and economic outcomes for individuals and households, and the territorial dimension. So in this respect, again, the question is, what are the implications of these guidance for the existing 7 dimensions of adequate housing? We've also heard from you, at least the proposal from the distinguished delegate from the United Kingdom around another way of organizing the aspects of adequate housing, quantity, quality, affordability. There may be others and other additional proposals. We've also heard the interventions around the difficulties of defining, conceptualizing, and measuring some of the aspects of adequate housing, such as cultural adequacy, especially from an international global perspective. So again, I think all of this leads to the question of, we have the 7 aspects of adequate housing, and what are the implications of either re-looking at those, expanding those, or rethinking those 7 aspects that we already have. Certainly our data work to date has been guided directly by the 7 aspects of adequate housing, including as we monitor SDG 11.1. The second aspect and final one I would like to highlight is the very important reflection from the distinguished delegate of Algeria around the territorial dimension and the scope of coverage from rural to town to urban proper. And in this respect, UN Habitat is actually in a very good position to be able to do that, because we have an initiative called the Degree of Urbanization at UN Habitat, where we are reclassifying territories of rural, town, and urban in clearer terms using geospatial methodologies, working very closely with the European Union and other partners. So I think we can bring in the monitoring of basic services across territories and other aspects of adequate housing, although there are challenges in that respect, and I think maybe the executive director might highlight some aspects of that. But thank you very much, Madam President, Executive Director.
No, yes, I think what's clear here, and thank you, Edlan, is that we have to understand what, at the global level, it's possible for us to use, right? As for task for this working group. So what are the informations that we are able to collect and to monitor globally? What's feasible for us? Information that's available through census and that we can collect out there, but information that you can provide to us if we identify some specific service or methods of collaboration. I believe the challenges are very, very clear. Even if we get to an agreement, there are so many challenges on a daily basis, so not all the statistics bureau can count on georeferential, or tools, technological tools to work and georeference the areas and explore the alternatives that Edlan was mentioning. Health and education, for example, there are aspirational ideas or objectives for the housing policy, but if we don't have the geo-referenced information, it's difficult to access that. But we can think about alternatives. So what are we deciding to collect globally? What's feasible? What can we support you through our program? This is another line of work, also related to the resolution. Some of you mentioned alliances. I believe the colleagues from China mentioned alliances, the importance of alliances. So the issues that we are not able to do by ourselves, how can we work, for example, with spatial agencies? How can we work, for example, with universities and research institutions in the world to improve the capacity that we have? What kind of alliances you can establish internally? I know, for example, that the Brazilian census counts on support of local and regional governments, also counts on support of organized communities. So at least framing, what we can do globally and what we should do, what's aspirational locally, can help us to monitor globally, but also to shape our work at the local level in terms of what we all consider that is adequate, even if it's only aspirational. And sorry, just to add on the informal settlements, which is another challenge that we face. As I mentioned before, right now, our definition is at a household level, not expanded to the settlement level. So this is another challenge. You saw from the presentations from Latin America that we are already working with some countries, especially in Central America, to help measuring the informal settlements using actually technology, geospatial information. And this is an area, a full area that we also need to build on.
Gracias.
Thank you. Malaysia.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, for giving Malaysian delegation the floor. The Malaysian delegation is pleased to share our country's experience on affordable housing programs, particularly in terms of frameworks and technologies that could offer valuable insights and benefit to other member states. The Malaysian government has established the National Housing Policy 2018-2025, an affordable housing policy with the main objective to drive and boost the national housing sector via systematic and efficient housing planning, development and management, especially in providing affordable and sustainable housing solution. Both policies intend to meet nation's housing needs. The Malaysian government is currently devising the national housing policy to incorporate a paradigm shift from prioritizing home ownership to providing shelter for all. The revised policy will also incorporate relevant suggestions and measures to ensure the policy is more realistic, comprehensive, and able to correspond with the current needs of the people and housing industry. The Malaysian government is currently revising the Housing Development Act and the Strata Management Act to enhance governance in housing development and strata management. This revision aims to address emerging issues in housing sector and safeguard the interests of buyers. The government has also planned to introduce and enact a new Residential Tenancy Act for the rental market covering private housing ownership and purchased residential units for investment purpose. The proposed act will provide holistic and comprehensive legislation as well as measures to overcome rental issues for the upcoming years. Malaysia also have leveraged on technology by optimizing the use of digitalization to regulate and manage housing development through Housing Integrated Management System, or known as HIMSS. This system has significantly reduced the time taken to process developers' license and advertising permit, resulting in more efficient and transparent process. In Malaysia, all developers are required to obtain a license before initiating any housing development project. This measure ensures the right and welfare of buyers are adequately protected in event that the project is not completed as planned. Additionally, Malaysia has embarked on developing a big data analytics for housing, which will help create more effective data-driven policies for better planning. Apart from this, the Malaysian government also introduced the National Housing Management System for the registration and approval of all people's housing project application. This to ensure that the screening, selection, and approval of participants can be carried out quickly and transparently, eliminating the need of manual processes. All data of applicants are kept and analyzed for future housing planning and policy needs. The government urged housing developers to incorporate advanced technology in housing construction. Technologies such as industrialized building system, IBS, building information modeling, BIM, green and energy efficient technologies are specifically encouraged to make housing estates more resilient and people friendly. Finally, the Ministry of Housing and Local Government of Malaysia also works together with other relevant agencies in determining the type of houses to be built in certain areas. The government is using median household income to determine the types of residents to be developed in certain areas to forbid overhang issues and match the demand and supply factor in certain areas. These housing mapping methods enables developers and government to complement each other to provide better homes to targeted groups. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Burkina Faso.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It's just a 2-second long statement. In light of the discussions which have just taken place, I want to remind you that our vision of this regarding the indicators, and I welcome the work which is carried out by the Secretariat, well, our vision of this is that at a global level, in keeping with what the ED said, and given the 3 aspects, the environmental, social, and economic aspects, we have to determine specific dimensions. And within these dimensions, the indicators which we're going to define, well, each country will have to be able to define a number of sub-indicators with techniques for measuring, measurement techniques. This would enable every country to tailor these indicators to their national specificities. We will end up incorporating elements which are regional and sub-regional ones in nature and which will not always be tailored to local needs. So my proposal is to have the precise dimensions regarding the 3 aspects, economic, social, environmental, and then allow every country to have sub-indicators, which can be measured at a local level. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'll now pass the floor to the Executive Director for any comments.
Queda registrado.
There are none, so we have taken note of all the comments made, and we would therefore suggest that we move on to the next item. So item 5 of the agenda. Under that item, we'll be able to listen to an update on progress made in implementing the UN Habitat Programme of Work related to adequate housing, including addressing homelessness and slums upgrading, and detailed descriptions of activities in regions, in particular the Arab region and the Asia-Pacific region. I'd like to invite first the Executive Director to give us an overview of the topic. You have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta, pero Francia.
Pardon, Francia.
Apologies, France has requested the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just had a small element which I wanted to add to what was already said earlier regarding the methodology. Now, in France, the law defines social housing. And I just want to remind you of this definition, social housing. Social housing is housing which enjoys for its construction and its maintenance direct or indirect assistance from the public authorities, and which and whose goal is to house people of low income. So this is our definition of social housing. Just as another point regarding the question of the importance of legislating. So in France, the issue of housing is one which we have had for a long time, for over 100 years, and the law which was passed in 1892 was a pioneer in terms of social housing. This law was aimed at encouraging an institution called the CDC, the Caisse des dépôts et consignations, which is encouraged to make low interest loans to institutions building social housing. So we just want to remind you that parliamentarians and all those who are legislators have a very important role to play in the implementation and the elaboration of public policy. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, France. Executive Director, you have the floor.
Yes, Presidenta. Bueno, sorry. This agenda item is related to our program of work, and we'll have an introduction by Juma, and then our our directors from the Arab states regions and Asia Pacific will tell and share with you what we are doing there. So for the introduction, you'll have an idea on how the work of UN Habitat has shifted throughout the 46 past years, from simply building houses to embracing, an overall living environment, and really looking at housing as central for the sustainable urban development. Housing is at the center of the new urban agenda, and also housing critical for the sustainable development goals. This resolution that we are discussing these days, 2/7, is a testament to the critical role of housing, but also the fact that we were able to have a good endorsement for the value proposition and for the focus area of our new strategic plan for 26-29 that focus on access to housing, land, basic services, and for all, and transformation of informal settlements. So I see Namibia wants to, maybe Madam Chair, and then we go back to our presentation.
Sí, por supuesto. Namibia.
Yes, of course. In Namibia, you have the floor.
Okay, good morning. This is Martha from the Republic of Namibia. I would like to just first and foremost thank the UN Habitat for extending this invitation to us. And Namibia currently has a policy, a national housing policy that was launched by our Minister of Urban and Rural Development in July 2024. And this policy's purpose is to outline the overarching people-centered enabling framework. It is an enabling framework for a focused, affordable, and incremental approach to adequate housing. We have interventions now because our policy focuses on the ultra-low and the low income and the middle income. This is the priority target group of this policy. And under this policy, we now going to introduce programs that are going to cater for this priority group, which also includes what we call a housing subsidy framework. And we are also now going to carry out the informal settlement upgrading and the greenfield development, just so that we can accommodate these people who are not able to have access to bankable housing. Speaking about data, we have what we call Namibia Housing Information System, which is already established and rolled out to our local authority. This is a system that is taking note of the housing stock, the housing need in the country, the land use, and we are busy finalizing the informal settlement module. So in terms of data collection, we are also being assisted now by Namibia Statistics Agency in terms of aligning the census data with our housing information system. And the projects under this policy, we have a decentralized Build Together program, and we also have community-led projects and so forth. With community-led projects, the government is already committed to making a provision of a grant sort of to the community-led projects, which is the Sheikh Dwellers Federation of Namibia, and they are doing very, very, very well. This policy as well is emphasizing on partnership, whether with international partners, with the private sectors, with the NGOs, any other implementer, including now the state implementers, which is like the other ministries that have the capacity to assist with the technical support for us to at least make provision for the low income. And also, usually policies are formulated in black and white, and the implementation is slow. But in our case, with the new policy, there is an established steering committee, which is responsible for the to overlook the implementation of this policy. And this policy is also, we are also busy with the recruitment of the implementation unit, which is a group of experts, the engineers, the town planners, who are going to make sure that these projects under this policy are carried out. And we are going to fill that gap. We are also going to make that provision for the people to gain access to affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you, Namibia. Thailand.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairs. Just want to contribute some gratitude to your to UN Habitat for inviting Thailand to join this meeting. Regarding the item 4, I think we have only one proposal that regarding all the indicator that proposed by the UN Habitat. I think they are all good, but at the present time, I think for many countries, it may be difficult to collect data and analyze data. So my proposal is that is it possible for us to prioritize all the indicators and just setting up only what important for the policy formulation first for the country, and secondly is if we have the second phase of the setting up the indicator that is more in-depth in detail for the policy formulation, I think is it needed for the supporting from the UN Habitat for even like the presenter has already presented the funding and also the capacity building for the local government or even the member state to collect data and for the analysis of data. This is my proposal. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Thailand.
Thank you, Thailand. Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam. So I would like to call Juma Saigo from our team to start with the presentations. Juma is not here? Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Executive Director, Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps at the preamble, I'd like to indicate that this agenda item has already received useful insights and policy directions from the Executive Director, as well as colleagues from the regional offices of Latin America and Asia Pacific, and today, of course, Latin America and Africa, and today Asia Pacific, as well as the Arab states, and later on Western Europe, Eastern Europe, and other states. In that sense, we already have some flavor as to what this Habitat program of work is, both in the past and going into the future. Of course, also we've received this morning insights from my colleagues in the Data Analytics Unit, which underscores the work we've done around measurement and monitoring. So this particular reflection comes against a methodology that Habitat has advanced and developed at the global level, which links evidence to action, and which presents an implementation model on housing reform. And it's increasingly, as mentioned by the Executive Director in her introductory, moving away from the outlook of housing as just the four walls, the brick and mortar, to one which embraces housing at the center of sustainable urban development. And this is really the projection that we are currently advancing. This also comes against the backdrop of an impact evaluation report that was carried out for the years 2008 to 2019 that looked at Habitat's housing work in perspective. And this particular report provides a lot of insights, not just into the substantive aspects of UN Habitat's work, but as well the capacities of UN Habitat to deliver a sustainable housing system or sustainable housing systems at the local level. For instance, this particular report asked questions around whether we can identify changes in adequate and affordable housing to be attributed on the ground, to be attributed to Habitat's housing approach. And you can see that in the perspectives of policy advice, advocacy, knowledge management, technical support, capacity development, and implementation support, you have numerous products and interventions that the agency has made that have contributed and that have been acknowledged by member states as contributing to the change process at the local level. We have, for instance, in that evaluation report, an outlook on the programs in Somalia, Mozambique, South Sudan, Iraq, Syria, Egypt, as well as within the Asia-Pacific region, where we had, for instance, 1 million housing units constructed through the People's Process. The evaluation also asked to what extent UN Habitat has influenced political commitment to adequate housing at global, regional, and country level. I need not belabor the point just coming out of the World Urban Forum in Cairo to show the perspective of how UN Habitat's convening capacity has been acknowledged and continues to be acknowledged by housing stakeholders globally. We also have, of course, along these lines, the World Urban Campaign, where we've had a strong perspective around housing for all advanced over the years. The evaluation also looked at how, to what extent UN Habitat has created better opportunities to improve the living standards of people, of poor people in particular, and ensure their housing rights. And we see this largely through our participatory slum upgrading program that has benefited over 500,000 people in the context of improved housing conditions. And in this sense, advancing the scope of the way we look at housing into the aspects of water and sanitation, as well as the security of tenure. Now, coming to the perspectives of, in this particular strategic plan, what the regional trends are, we see that emergency housing appears to be where the largest amount of funding is coming to UN Habitat on the issues around housing. We also find that the Regional Office for Arab States, of course, attracts the largest funding portfolio in this case, with, of course, a strong focus on urban governance, financing, and planning interventions, and a greater proportion of housing-related urban interventions, as will be further elaborated on by Rania, our regional representative. We also see Africa having a majority of the housing policy interventions and also commanding a considerable funding portfolio on this topical area, with the largest number of land-related interventions than any other region. The Latin American and Caribbean region, of course, has many housing projects, but at a very small scale, largely focusing around the policy and regulatory perspectives. But it also comes against a backdrop of the significant variation of focus of the different countries in the region because of their income status. They have also a large portfolio of housing within a broader urban-related intervention. The Asia-Pacific Office, of course, also has had a big share of slum upgrading and basic services provision interventions, which align with the typology of aided self-help housing. And Europe has also taken into account more multi-country operations. When we look at the countries that have had the largest project value, the top 10, you'll find largely many coming from the Africa, the Arab states regions, and of course the Asia-Pacific region. Now, when we talk of measuring impact, some of the limitations that the housing projects have faced has been, of course, the capacity of country offices to advance projects beyond a particular strategic planning cycle. And this is connected to the multiple projects that they deal with, also just to raise resources for the offices themselves. We have then some inadequate capacities that have tended to emerge around longitudinal data on impacts of sustainability of these housing projects. And of course, there has also been increasing effort to move on a whole-of-house approach, linking both the global and regional offices. In conclusion, I would say this report really points us to how we look at these housing projects at a larger scale, how we make connections with the domestic housing programs that we have referred to yesterday also, and how we need to develop an approach to documentation of our experiences across the last 4 decades, and to use that also to inform the way the agency can be made fit for purpose in delivering housing at the center of sustainable urban development. We also need a renewed outlook to partnerships beyond just a subcontractual relation, to one that sees how we leverage resources through partnerships amidst the many different actors in the housing sector. And finally, we also really need to reflect on how our housing typology interventions are impacting on the bottom 40% of the urban population, as well as how they are geographically balanced across the regions. Pointing to the next steps, and of course building from yesterday's conversation too, there's need for us to focus more on a shift from project to systemic interventions, looking at the combination of data, policy, and practice. We need to emphasize more on Habitat's housing approach being a whole-of-house approach, as Madam Executive Director is already advancing, and looking at the different types of housing interventions and their classifications. We also need to look at the convening power of the agency to work in a coalition with different organizations to scale the impact at the local level. Notwithstanding, we need to look at these different housing policy interventions and see how they have impacted or not impacted on the bottom 40% of the urban population. Enhancing the connection, of course, of our housing projects with the domestic programs and funding is also a key opportunity as well as a challenge going forward. And finally, we would very much appreciate that the recommendations of this working group seeks to help the agency adjust its program of work, of course coming with the moment's opportunity around finalizing the next strategic planning cycle 2026 to 2029. Thank you.
Thank you, Juma.
Thank you.
Call Mrs. Rania Hedaya to share our work in the Arab States region. Rania, please.
Thank you, Edie. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll be presenting on the region of Arab states. You know, we're in terms of regional groups, we're divided between North Africa, and Asia. We cover West Asia. So, thank you. Okay. So giving just a little bit, you know, some overview on the context in the Arab region, and you know what we face in terms of challenges in the Arab region, the urban context in the Arab region. We do have a growing population, urban population, and it is aligned with the global trend of having most of the population residing in urban areas. So in the Arab region, we have a population of 500 million approximately, and with 66% of them living in urban areas. We do have a feature of economic and social disparities that features our urban context in the Arab region and of course this is on average. In some areas we have better percentages and lower percentages of poverty, and in some areas less. So we have on average in the Arab region, 18% of the population live below the country's national poverty line. Conflict, it's a region that you know, faces a lot of conflict in many of the countries that we cover and suffer from conflict. And of course, this has a lot of impact on infrastructure, services, and other. Climate change issues also, it's a challenge that our cities in the Arab region face. So we know that, including the rise of the sea level, we know that 43 of our cities will be impacted by climate change issues and the rise of the sea level. Basic services not in the best shape, and especially when it comes to water. Governance systems are in general, centralized, and the local governments are not necessarily empowered, either because of economic issues and financial issues, or all because of the centralized governance system itself. So we tried in the Arab region to map a little bit what's happening in the housing sector and to look at it and understand the context better. So we tried to group the needs in the Arab region in terms of housing into three categories. One that relates to service land and housing provision, and of course this relates to the growing population and also the IDPs and the refugees because of the conflict issues. So we need more service land, and we need more provision of housing units to respond to demand of the population growth and also migration, displacement, and other. Because the urban context in the Arab region also suffers from informalities, we need effective urban regeneration programs and interventions. So that's also a feature, and it's a need that we have to look into when we look at and when we are trying to understand the needs of the housing sector in the Arab region. Again, reconstruction and rehabilitation, because of the conflict issue and the damage that happens to the infrastructure and the housing stock, there is a big need for us to look into reconstruction and building back better and rehabilitation of the post-crisis and damaged areas. So from the...
Rania, 1 second, please.
Existe un problema técnico en cabina, les pedimos.
Thank you. I'd ask for a recess of 5 minutes so we can resolve this. Just 5 minutes, please, so we can restart the session.
we, as UN Habitat, did in the Arab region that relates to housing. So I'm trying to get a snapshot and brief you on some of the important initiatives that we were able to work on and support governments in the Arab region that relates to housing. On the first category, which is the data-driven data in general and data-driven policies and strategies, we work with a number of countries to support the establishing of urban observatories with data collection and data analysis, looking at housing needs. We did a lot of course, damage assessment to the conflict countries. We also worked with a number of countries on the housing profile, looking at what's happening in the housing sector, like in Egypt and Tunisia. We also supported a number of countries. In Egypt, for example, we worked together for quite, I can't remember how many years, but we were able to do the housing profile and extend it to a full-fledged housing strategy that is totally aligned with the global housing template that is human rights-based. Also in Syria and Jordan, we're currently working. Syria is updating. I mean, the context now, we will have to resume the discussion with the government, updating their housing strategy, and we started supporting them on that. Jordan and Lebanon, the same. We're looking into supporting them to have a full-fledged housing strategy on its own, because they currently, with Jordan and Lebanon and other also countries, they have it as part of the national urban policy. We tried also to map and look into what's happening on the informalities in the Arab region and have a glossary. It was very difficult because each country defines informal settlements differently, and they deal with it differently, and they look at it from different lenses. So based on that, on that initiative that we did, it was a regional initiative supported by ISDB. We were able to have a glossary, what's happening in the region, who's labeling what types of definitions in the different countries, and so on. And based on this initiative, we were able to extend and to discuss further with Egypt, the government in Egypt, to re-look into their definition of urban upgrading and how they deal with it, to take into consideration the socio-economic lens and the broader perspective of upgrading and regeneration. And we were able also to extend that into pilot implementation, and maybe I'll refer to it later because of time issue, into a pilot implementation in one of the cities where we were able to use the newly developed guidelines that supports the government on dealing with the issue of upgrading in terms of categorization and also interventions based that relates to each category, to pilot test this in one of the cities, Egyptian cities, Dahab. And because we used that tool, we were able to support the local government and the city leaders to mobilize resources and to negotiate resources from their governments and other also sources of funds. Relevant to capacity building and knowledge sharing, we did a lot. We have the Arab Land Initiatives that looks into, it's a platform that gathers experts and does a lot of sharing of experiences and informations and dialogue and discussions on land relevant issues like land for housing, HLP for displaced people, food and security, climate action, women, landslide, and land administration. So that initiative is there, still is there, and it provides a lot of knowledge sharing and cross-learning between the Arab countries in terms of land and issues that relate to land and housing. We also have a number of workshops and capacity building, the last of which was in WUF 12 back in November in Cairo, where we worked before the WUF, we worked with the governments, a number of country offices, 9 of them, and I'll explain a little bit more in details about this initiative, to look and to have to unfold the sector, the housing sector, and to map it and have sort of a profile, of a regional profile on the housing sector in the Arab region. We also worked on different tools that relate to housing provision, using participatory, of course, tools and mechanisms and processes, land readjustment and land-based financing tools for the provision of housing. We worked on that, supported by the Swiss SECO in Egypt and in a number of cities and governorates in Egypt. And we worked on pilot implementation, as I said, using, we wanted to bring the global tools and knowledge and use them and see how it can tell and inform policies at the regional level and also at the implementation level. So we were able to do that, and we use many of the global tools that are available and availed by UN Habitat, such as the Our City plans and the city climate action, to support and to build the capacities of the local governments in negotiation and in participatory processes that relates to housing provision. And as I said, we used it in a number of initiatives, including the one in Dahab, that resulted in availability and ability of the local government to mobilize resources and cross finances for the different projects that were negotiated before. A third, yeah, that's the Dahab one, so I already talked about it. The third category of projects and programs that we were able to work on in supporting different governments in the region is provision. The provision of the housing units. We have a big program in Iraq where we were able to support the government to rehabilitate more than 7,500 housing, and we continued the support on that, and now we're currently working on another 254 social and housing units supported by the government of Japan. And also this initiative included a lot of training and capacity building for the local actors built in it as during implementation. In Yemen, the same. We worked a lot on the adequate housing provision, supported by the Saudi Fund and the Saudi Fund mainly. And we were able to work and rehabilitate and provide and around 4,500 people benefited from this project where we were able to rehabilitate 650 low-income housing units. The current regional program on housing that we just developed a few months ago, I just, in a few slides, I want to just talk to you about it, because maybe through, your follow-up as member states, with your capital, you can encourage the sector ministries, housing ministries, and other in your capitals to engage further in this regional program. What we are trying to do here is, because of the growing demand that we received from the different countries that we work with, to support on housing issues, we said, okay, we look into it from the regional perspective. So we aligned with the growing demand. The demand is coming from which regions and which countries. We also try to select countries to provide a good geographic balance. So at least 1 or 2 countries from GCC, 1 or 2 countries from North Africa, from the Mashriq, from conflict, and also typologies. The conflict, so we have typologies, of the data that relates, and the profile that relates to conflict countries and other. The methodology is, we're trying to collect data, so we work with the relevant sector ministries to collect data. So, we depend on them in the provision of data. That's why I really encourage, if we can push more for the inclusion of other countries in that initiative, in that program. We currently have only 9 countries from the Arab region. We do analysis. We have a team, an expert team that lead the analysis and the validation of the data and the analysis to come up with more defined national priorities and regional program scope. The data framework that we look into is issues that relate, housing policy and legislation, and data that looks into housing policies and legislation, real estate transaction, housing demand, housing stock supply, and we also have the framework that we are aligning, that is provided and that we will be working with in this expert group meeting, and we're now aligning with it. We're trying to have all the data that we are gathering and collecting from the different countries that we work with, and we really want to use other platforms, data platforms that you have to avail these data, so that different countries and different cities are able to use it for their dialogue on when it comes to issues that relate to provision and housing and other. The key takeaways so far, we're halfway through. We still are working on the initiative, but the preliminary findings that I can share with you is issues that relate, of course, to gaps in data and information. It is the data to be collected and the type of data that we asked for from the different governments and countries that we work with were not always available, so we had to resort to surveys and other. So data issue is a challenge. We need also to strengthen partnerships and integrate efforts to respond to the bigger scope of the housing issue, which includes socio-economic lenses and other. Not look at it only from building housing perspective, but the bigger scope of that relates to services, to accessibility and other. Inclusion of the various stakeholders, ensure that the various stakeholders are included in the dialogue and in the decision making, but also in how to service and how to respond to the demand of the different stakeholders and the relevant stakeholders. Of course, the adequate land resourcing and management mechanisms are critical in the Arab region. As I said, the GCC region is performing very well in that, but we need to reinforce and work more further on land registration and land management issues with the rest of the countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rania. I think we almost don't have time for the second presentation right now. We have until 12:25? Okay, so we can move forward to Kazokos. Okay, great.
Thank you, Madam Executive Director, Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, experts, and colleagues. I'm honored to deliver a presentation in this meeting. I'm Kazuko Ishigaki, Regional Representative of Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, what we call ROAP. Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific covers 42 countries in East, Southeast, and South Asia, as well as the Oceania and the Pacific Island countries. In my presentation, I will first introduce regional trends and challenges in Asia and the Pacific region, and then UN Habitat housing projects in that region. The first, rapid urbanization has been ongoing in the region. The urban population is expected to grow from 2.5 billion in 2023 to 3.4 billion in 2050. Housing and infrastructure development are not catching up with this urbanization speed. Cities like Mumbai, Jakarta, Manila, and Dhaka are expanding rapidly, leading to a surge in informal settlements. There is data that Asia Pacific has the largest number of people living in slums and informal settlements. The second trend is related to climate change and environmental degradation. Asia and the Pacific are highly susceptible to climate change impacts, including flood, cyclones, and heat waves. Many large coastal cities in the region make them extremely vulnerable to climate change-related hydrological risks, which disproportionately affect slum dwellers and informal housing. These populations are often located in disaster-prone areas with poor infrastructure, making them highly vulnerable to environmental hazards. I often hear strong requests for climate change adaptation, resilient housing, and inclusive urban development. Third point is social inequality. Economic disparities are pronounced, with an estimated 233 million people in the region living on less than $1.9 a day, below the international extreme poverty line. The economic divide is a bottleneck for adequate housing for low-income segments of people and limits access to essential services and creates social unrest, highlighting the urgent need for inclusive urban policies. The fourth point is the governance issue. At least 65% of SDG targets are directly linked to the work and mandates of local and regional governments. There is a growing need for integrated governance and effective policy implementation at local and regional levels, and this is especially so in housing policy. The last point is related to this governance issue. The region is not on track to achieve SDGs. Goal 11 is behind, and Goal 13 is regressing. I pointed out general common trends, but the outstanding characteristics of this region is its diversity. The region has some of the richest and poorest countries in the world in terms of GDP. Compared to other regions, mixture of high income, middle income, and low income country is outstanding. In addition, the region has geographically disadvantaged countries such as landlocked developing countries and small island developing states. Some of these countries are the least developing countries. Countries in transition also have difficulty in political situations. Refugees and displaced populations, particularly in countries affected by conflict or environmental disasters, face an acute shortage of safe housing options, increasing their vulnerability to homelessness. We have designed programs and projects attentive to these differences. Regarding housing in high-income developed countries, affordability is a big challenge. For example, in my country, Japan, roughly 10% of population spend more than 40% of income on housing. In middle-income countries, housing quality is a challenge. In countries such as Philippines, India, and Indonesia, more than 30% of population are living in slums. Low-income countries tend to have a larger share of slum population. Informal settlements often lack basic services such as clean water, sanitation, and electricity, leading to increased vulnerability to health and climate-related risks. Housing quality is a special concern for low-income people in every country, both developed and developing. As I said in the beginning, the economic divide is bottleneck for adequate housing for low-income segments of people and limits access to essential services. In sum, the demand for affordable housing far exceeds supply in most major urban centers across the region. Economic disparities, rising property prices, and the inability of low-income groups to access formal housing markets exacerbate housing insecurity. In many cities, the formal housing market is largely inaccessible for low-income households, pushing them into informal settlements. Now, I would like to introduce UN Habitat projects in Asia and the Pacific region. We have implemented many housing projects, mainly in the context of reconstruction and resilient housing. Before introducing concrete example, let me briefly explain common characteristics of our projects in Asia and the Pacific. UN Habitat Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific region pioneered and has engaged with transformative development methodology called the People's Process since 1990s. The People's Process is a structural framework that places people's needs and their rights at the heart of urban development. Our strategy is to increasingly support the institutionalization and the mainstreaming of the People's Process to impact on municipal, provincial, and national urban policies. People's participation, integrated planning, and collaboration between organizations such as community development councils are approaches that our office has been promoting in all our projects in Asia Pacific. We have implemented operational projects and produced several normative guidelines to elaborate the People's Process. The principle of Build Back Better approach was also consistently promoted by reconstructing housing in resilient way. Many projects also have an element of capacity building to enhance awareness of resilience and disaster risk reduction. Another common characteristic is gender-sensitive approach through female participation and empowerment. Capacity building for people, for example, through training of construction method, and the utilization of local construction method and materials that leads to low-cost housing in most cases. Hands-on experience with several large reconstruction projects in collaboration with member states has given UN Habitat an opportunity to assist the affected people rebuild their lives rapidly, while providing a platform to advocate for progressive policies on recovery, reconstruction, and development. Now, I would like to introduce concrete projects in the region, starting from post-disaster reconstruction projects. This project in Philippines is a typical example of our projects aiming for reconstruction from natural disaster through People's Process approach. The super typhoon in 2021 affected Surigao City, which already had development challenges as the fourth poorest region in the country. The indigenous ocean-based Sama Bahau community living in the city are among the most vulnerable groups. We applied People's Process, involving the community in all process from site identification, site planning, to resilient housing design, construction, and even monitoring. Low-cost housing using nature-based solutions which harness the indigenous knowledge of the Bahau community in constructing street houses on the sea. So projects constructed 20 model houses and provided livelihood opportunities for 100 families, benefiting mostly women and children. Certificate was given to community workers from the national agency, which provided opportunities for work beyond this project. They now become a good pool of community workers for housing maintenance and repairs, so they can fix their housing and also earn livelihood by using the capacity. The beauty of People's Process is that starting from the recognition that the beneficiary knows their needs the most and they can make right decisions. For example, they know the place affected by the disaster in the past and avoid selecting such site. The beneficiaries enhance building capacity through training and construct their house supported by technical guidance from UN Habitat experts and, if necessary, cooperation with external contractors. Of course, they work hard because it's their house. The housing will be their asset. Furthermore, the housing ownership facilitates their investment in community environment. So the positive feedback will continue beyond the project. In this regard, housing is important in terms of a much wider development agenda. In People's Process, building trust between UN Habitat Country Office and the beneficiary community is crucial. Colleagues of country office need to discuss with people and the community intensively in housing construction process. This is a labor-intensive process, but in the end, we believe it's sustainable. This project in Cambodia is another example. The flood in 2018 affected a city in the lower Mekong region. The people's process was applied, promoting the community member participation in housing reconstruction process. To build back better, 20 affordable and climate-resilient housing were reconstructed by using sustainable and affordable local materials, as well as local construction knowledge and skills. 172 carpenters and construction workers have been trained on construction methods to enhance housing resilience. The project promoted women's empowerment and participation by ensuring more than 50% of female membership in their community development committee. We have more projects like this, but because of time constraint, I will skip the slides. This is an example of Sri Lanka and Afghanistan, Nepal, Laos, and Myanmar. All are using people's process approach. Next, we have also been engaged in post-conflict reconstruction. This is again project of Philippines. The 5-month conflict in 2017 destroyed almost entire commercial district of Marawi City, and as many as 60,000 became internally displaced persons. The project aimed to help conflict-affected and internally displaced persons by providing permanent shelters and livelihood support. People's process engaged the affected community in all processes from site identification, site planning, to housing design, construction, and monitoring, as well as in the livelihood that they will establish. As a result, low-cost housing method that's sensitive to the local culture was adopted. 1,000 permanent houses were constructed while providing support for community infrastructures for basic services. Tenure rights were digitally mapped and registered in social tenure domain model database, contributing to clarification of legal tenure. We have another example of post-conflict construction projects. This is an example of Afghanistan, and both projects are using people's process. As introduced in the beginning, Asia and the Pacific are disaster-prone areas. So not only reconstruction, but also preventive measures are quite important. We have been engaged with projects for climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction, mostly thanks to the long-term support from Adaptation Fund. This is an example of ongoing projects in Cambodia. In target areas, strong winds affected most of the houses. The strong winds posed great threats to housing, property, finances, and the lives of the poor and the marginalized people. The capacity building of resilient housing construction techniques targets unskilled and semi-skilled community residents. Then project recruits trained residents instead of external construction companies. The project also plans to promote participation of young architects in housing design and construction. So this is an ongoing project. And another example from Cambodia and Laos. So lastly, we have also engaged in slum upgrading through enhanced public service provision. And this is an example of a project in Myanmar, mainly aiming for enhancing access to safe water. Japanese small and medium enterprise provided technical support in this project. And this is an interesting example of mobilization of private company in our project. Another example from Myanmar. We have also engaged in regional level initiatives. Since 2020, UN Habitat is supporting the ASEAN Secretariat to implement the ASEAN Sustainable Urbanization Strategy. Housing and home is identified as one of the key priority areas for ASEAN cities to foster sustainable urban development. Under this project, UN Habitat has been promoting research and advocacy initiatives on housing. To conclude, the Asia and Pacific region is facing complex challenges related to housing, slum upgrading, and homelessness due to rapid urbanization, economic inequality, and climate risks. Reflecting from our experience and in consideration for the new strategic plan focused on the global housing crisis, the challenges for adequate housing for all in our region include insufficient data, cross-sectoral partnership, and private sector engagement. First, data collection on housing is actually challenging on the ground, as discussed in the previous agenda item. We need to strengthen data collection to design evidence-based project and also track the progress. Second, housing is a cross-sectoral issue. We need to mobilize and discuss with not only our traditional line ministries, such as Ministry of Public Works and the Ministry of Urban Development, but also Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Social Welfare, because housing is an important social policy as well as part of finance policy. Third, private sector is important in housing market, especially in developed countries. We need to strengthen our partnership with private sector. And lastly, I believe climate change and gender must be mainstreamed in housing policy in all countries. So in collaboration with member states and our partners, we are eager to further elaborate how we can work towards ensuring safe, affordable, and dignified housing for all and contribute to delivering transformative, long-term impact for vulnerable communities in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kazuko. Just connecting to the previous agenda, the lack of data, the difficulties to align the different terminologies, the work on the glossary by the Arab states, and the different forms UN Habitat has to work in the regions, in the countries, but also in some cases having some sort of regional strategy, regional overview, regional engagement like the ASEAN, like the housing strategy. In some cases, working on demand and considering the funds that are available by different donors. And in this area, for example, in both areas actually, recovery, reconstruction, conflicts, disasters has been mainstreams, but also engagement of community and the people's driven process, right? Like a cultural establishment in this specific region. But back to you, Madam.
Gracias, directora ejecutiva. Francia, por favor.
Merci Madame la Présidente, Madame la Directrice exécutive. Merci en tout cas pour la présentation qui vient d'être faite. Deux éléments d'information en complément à ce qui vient d'être présenté. Premièrement, sur le volet appui technique et financier. L'Agence française de développement, qui est à la fois actionnaire et financeur de la SIC, donc la Société immobilière de la Calédonie, donc intervient fortement dans la zone Asie-Pacifique, donc fournit à ce titre un service de soutien, donc un soutien à un opérateur de logement, donc qui gère un parc immobilier de plus de 10 000 logements et loge plus de 15% de la population calédonienne. Donc cela est important à rappeler sur l'action de la France sur cette région. Et deuxièmement, sur les partenariats, vous avez rappelé l'importance de nouer des liens très forts et nous croyons effectivement à cette importance de l'échange des bonnes pratiques entre les professionnels de logement social. À titre d'exemple, la ville de Paris et Séoul ont un partenariat historique et à ce titre, Paris Habitat a accueilli il y a quelques années une délégation de Seoul Housing Corporate, donc un bailleur social de la ville de Séoul, qui gère plus de 190 000 logements. Donc cela est un bel exemple de ce que des acteurs peuvent faire en termes d'échange de bonnes pratiques. Et enfin, il y a un forum qui a eu lieu en 2021, c'était le 5e forum international du logement social qui a été organisé par Seoul Housing. Et à ce titre, Paris Habitat également a eu en tout cas la chance d'intervenir et de présenter le modèle du logement social, nos chiffres clés, notre méthodologie, également le public que nous logeons. Donc ces deux points pour rappeler en tout cas à quel point c'est important de croire à l'échange de bonnes pratiques et surtout d'agir pour un appui technique et financier. Je vous remercie.
Muchas gracias, Francia. Solicitaron también su intervención otras personas, si no hay una solicitud de intervención de los países. Parte, Alexandre Absan Fridriani, por favor.
excuse me, the floor is for Thailand. Is that?
Regresamos con Tailandia, por favor.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add some information in complement to the last presenter. Thailand would like to share our experience in provision of adequate affordable housing for all. At present, we have like 20-year housing development plan. So under this plan, we have different approaches to deliver housing to people. For instance, first, the subsidized housing, either for rental housings or the home ownership scheme, the incentivize the private sector to invest in low-income housing development, the public and private partnerships, and also the utilizations of vacant housing stock to accommodate low-income people. And the fifth one is subsidized through the demand side through the government housing bank to lower the interest rate for low income and middle income people. But what I would like to share with other member states is one of the approach which is very successful in Thailand, which is the community-led housing, namely Ban Man Kong. I think Madam Executive Director may used to visit our project in Thailand. It started in 2003 and is based on the concept and on belief that if we empowering people can capable to manage the housing project by themselves. So the system is with the equipment from the government, which is the provision of financial mechanism to help the community organization. The government provided subsidy to community organization development institute, set up the housing fund and lend the money to community organization. It's starting from the community organization development institute, mobilize people in the slum and squatter settlement to set up the saving group, and then while they saving the money for housings, the participatory designing process and also the allocation of rights take place. Once they get save the money for about 10% of the total budget that they need, they get the money lent from the CODI. So they can use that money to build the housings. And so far, I think we have like 300 projects more under this program that we call it Ban Man Kong, and more than 300,000 slum and squatter settlement benefit from the projects. And we have to say that apart from housing, they can expand their capacity to provide welfare for their community people, like disabled people, or the elderly people or vulnerable people. They have like we call Ban Klang, or the house that they can accommodate like homeless people or vulnerable people in the community and stay in that house. So I think that could be practice that we can share with other member states, and Thailand is pleased to welcome all of the member states if you would like to exchange our experience on this. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Marruecos.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, au Maroc, l'État a initié plusieurs programmes visant l'amélioration des conditions d'habiter et du cadre de vie. Nous pouvons citer dans ce sens les programmes Ville sans bidonville, la requalification et l'équipement des quartiers non réglementaires, le traitement des habitations menaçant ruine et la réhabilitation des médinas et des tissus d'habitat anciens, ainsi que le programme de réhabilitation d'Exor et Exba, qui sont des typologies d'habitation en terre et en matériaux locaux au sud du Maroc, que nous menons en partenariat avec le PNUD, les projets de la politique de la ville visant la mise à niveau des villes marocaines en créant des espaces verts, des terrains de sport de proximité, des équipements de proximité pour les femmes et pour les jeunes. En termes d'offres de logements sociaux, pour satisfaire les besoins renouvelés en logement, le Maroc a réalisé durant la dernière décennie plus de 721 000 logements. En 2024, l'État a initié un nouveau programme d'aide directe au logement quelques 30 000 ménages ont déjà manifesté leur souhait de bénéficier de ce programme. Grâce à la réalisation de ces programmes, les villes marocaines sont aujourd'hui marquées par une amélioration du cadre notable, du cadre de vie et aussi du cadre bâti, et les conditions de vie d'habitat des citoyens ont progressé pour plus de 2 millions d'habitants. Le Maroc est disposé à partager son expérience au sujet de tous ces programmes, ainsi que sur les aspects institutionnels, financiers, mobilisation du foncier, planification urbaine, etc. Il est à noter que notre ministère entretient des partenariats bilatéraux avec des pays africains pour les accompagner dans l'implémentation et la mise en œuvre de programmes de requalification des quartiers sous-équipés. Exemple Guinée-Conakry, exemple construction de logements sociaux à Bangui en Afrique centrale, exemple accompagnement pour un master plan pour la capitale du Soudan du Sud, et bien d'autres projets de transfert et d'échange d'expériences. Bien sûr, nous entretenons des échanges d'expériences et une collaboration réussie avec le bureau régional d'ONU Habitat en Égypte. Et merci.
Muchas gracias. Ahora sí, Alexandre Absan. 3 minutos, por favor.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair. And I'd just like to come back to agenda item 4. I'm from the International Institute for Environment and Development, a research policy think tank, and of course we welcome the emphasis on measurement of housing adequacy. We appreciate the opportunities to join the sessions and at the World Urban Forum, for example, where we have been able to provide input to some of those discussions, and also before. As many member states know here, grassroots groups and civil society organizations have been for many years at the forefront of data housing collection. As you know, organizations like Slum Dwellers International have fantastic work of collecting data, developing indicators about cities and informal settlements. Meanwhile, Habitat International Coalition has also been done very thorough work around housing policy analysis. So the question that I have for the member states is that apart from being involved in process of data collection and capacity building, what would be the process through which we could continue providing feedback on the actual framework that has been proposed? What would be the next steps around that? I think one of the key preoccupations from our side is how this mechanism can recognize community-led processes of knowledge production, to include that maybe as a methodological principle through which this framework is being operationalized. And to be fair, this is also part of a broader point, Madam Chair, which would be great to hear more from the member states, the mechanisms through which we could continue being engaged as observers and stakeholders in the activities of the working group, if there is a possibility of formalizing that space of engagement, and to understand a bit better the ways within which we can synchronize and how harmonize our efforts with the activities of the working group. Thank you very much.
Bueno, esta es una pregunta muy concreta que trataremos de dar respuestas hacia el final de las sesiones, como se han visto otros temas. Perdón, también. Pediría a Musa Sondo, por favor. ¿Se encuentras? Bueno, creo que no está, pero también nos indican aquí en la dirección que tendremos ya que cerrar por el tema de la hora. ¿Sí? Y dejaré el anuncio al secretario, por favor.
We are closing now because we don't have interpretation, and we'll return at 2 o'clock. I think 1.5 hours is ED, 1.5 hours is more than enough, right, for lunch. So we return at 2 o'clock sharp, and then responses will be provided to some of the questions you raised, and then those who still want to take the floor. Madam President, with your permission, and Edie, with your permission, Robert, you wanted to make one or two?
Just one housekeeping issue. Due to the ongoing issues of the need for maintenance on the interpretation system, the lunchtime event will be moved to CR3 next door, so immediately through there. I can even see the room. And that is on the localization of housing. So please, we do encourage you all to participate there, which will start shortly next door, CR3. Thank you.
Gracias a todos y todas. Buenas tardes, buen regreso a esta sesión. Les proponemos continuar con la discusión que viene del punto 5. Si hubiera algún Estado miembro que quisiera participar, está abierto el micrófono. En caso contrario, tenemos pendiente la participación de Bongumusa Sondo. ¿Está presente?
Del municipio de Tecuini.
Del municipio de Tecuini. ¿No se encuentra presente? Bueno, entonces el doctor Mohamed Gambo tampoco se encuentra. Doctor Gambo. No. Bueno, dado que no existe esta participación, les propondría continuar con el punto 6 del orden del día, que se refiere al apoyo multilateral y bilateral existente para el desarrollo e implementación de políticas, programas y proyectos de vivienda efectivos. Invitamos a la directora ejecutiva para dar una visión general.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So we now move to our presentation around multilateral and bilateral funding. And just before calling my colleague Francesca to present, just some major points in relation to that. And I think we discussed already in the previous items some elements related to that. So one important point, housing is not a priority in the multilateral and bilateral development sector in general. There are exceptions, but it's not. It doesn't appear as a strategic priority. We also saw in the presentation first day that actually the highest amount of international funding has been allocated to housing, funding that is being allocated to housing is rather in higher income regions with lower demographic growth rates. Then over the past 5 years, there was not a consistent approach to international development on housing programs at the global level, and the majority of the interventions in low-income countries remain focused on market-enabling approaches. So projects, for example, in providing related to the provision of services in informal settlements remain a difficulty or a challenge for the international financial community. So with that, I would like to call Francesca to proceed with the presentation. Sorry, it's Robert. Sorry, Robert. Wrong person.
Not at all, Edie. Thank you. I apologize. The confusion is because one of our colleagues is on maternity leave, which shows the UN is looking after its colleagues. So just to run through what is in the paper, just quickly, looking at the overall picture. So as mentioned by the ED, housing doesn't generally come out as a significant priority for most of the donors that we've covered. And we've covered a pretty large spread. We've looked at the large majority of the multilateral banking and lending institutions, and we've also looked at a large proportion of the recognized bilateral donor community based on the Development Assistance Committee of the OECD, plus the observers and participants in that committee. So in most cases, housing doesn't come out as a stronger area of activity than the bilaterals, although there are some particular exceptions to that. In the multilaterals, the European Investment Bank and the World Bank stand out quite a long way ahead of the other banks, but then the Inter-American Development Bank also being quite significant. And on the bilaterals, the majority, as it says here, Saudi, Abu Dhabi, which are focused on some very particular countries, and then the Agence Française de Développement. Looking at the overall picture of 55 billion, which in lots of ways. We're looking at a time frame of 2019 to 2023. There's a little bit of looseness at the beginning and the end of that time frame because we've looked at projects that were active during that period. So some of them might have started slightly before and might be continuing slightly afterwards. Looking at the types, we're using a basic typology of interventions that's been around for a very long time. It's a basic structure that came up in ECOSOC about 60, 70 years ago. So looking at housing policy as a category, laws, policies, administrative arrangements, institutional practices, then looking at housing finance and construction facilitation. So how to make the sort of wheels of the housing market work a little bit more smoothly. Then looking at typically public works projects around the construction and delivery of housing that is then sold, sometimes for some subsidy, sometimes directly onto the market. The wide range of self-help and rehabilitation projects, a lot of collective housing projects come up under this. Social and public housing, and then emergency housing. So as you can see from the numbers, the multilaterals are fairly evenly spread in their funding. The emergency housing does come in a little bit less, but that's obviously targeted and triggered by events rather than being a general recurrent funding pattern. And the bilaterals are much more focused on facilitation projects and on funding the direct construction and sale of housing. So it's a relatively narrow range of housing projects that usually tend to focus kind of middle income groups in society, those who are bankable in some form, as we've heard in the earlier discussions. The regional funding is very affected by the scale of the donors. So the European funding, which is far and away the largest, is very, very heavily dominated by the European Investment Bank. So that has a predominantly regional mandate, while it does spread out more widely. Latin America, there's obviously also a strong footprint of the IDB. The World Bank is probably the institution that is the widest spread. And then we notice for the bilateral donors, as might be expected, the bilateral funding principally coming from Gulf countries is predominantly focused in the Middle East and North Africa region. Despite the kind of logic of why these imbalances come through, it's particularly notable that when you're looking at per capita funding, when you're looking at the lower income regions in the countries in the Asia Pacific region, in sub-Saharan Africa and in the Middle East and North Africa, the per capita funding is substantially below where one would like it to see it, and is in some of the lowest globally. So looking at some of this, looking at what are the trends in the different donors. So there are particular patterns that each donor tends to have. Shelter Afrique and EIB, I think because of the nature of their mandates and models, tend to have quite a heavy focus on providing market rate housing and then to a certain degree some levels of subsidized affordable and social housing depending on the partnerships with different governments and actors. The ADB, AIIB, African Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank are very focused on housing finance solutions, so very much a facilitation focus and looking at sort of, you know, the somewhere between lower income and middle income tend to be a priority there and moving into middle income housing. And then with the IDB, self-help and rehabilitation is a very heavy emphasis, which also has a long history in the Latin America and Caribbean region. That goes back 50, 60 years as a preference trend. And then, as mentioned earlier, some of the multilaterals have a more overall balanced approach between different types of intervention. Looking at the bilaterals, there's quite a different picture. The Middle East and North Africa funding that we noted earlier is particularly focused on direct provision of housing. So building houses that will either be sold on or that will be provided through public schemes. And then some others are much more focused on housing finance, so that may or may not be subsidized, is often focused on trying to get affordable housing of some kind, but going at the lower end of the bankable market. And then there are some who are focusing more heavily on emergency, usually because they're coming at housing as a humanitarian theme rather than housing as a theme in its own right, which tends to be the case for Canada and the UK. Then looking at the types of projects by region is quite significant. Africa is focused very heavily on projects that provide support to housing policy and also housing finance facilitation, which are going to reach particular groups, particularly those who already have some access to information, access to financing and those kinds of things. But the overall per capita funding, the way we've produced this number, is looking at the total amount of development funding available for the region, and then the number of people who are officially recognized as below the poverty line. So we're not dividing by the entire population, only people who are below the poverty line, as think it on the basis that development funding should be focusing on alleviating poverty, and it produces the lowest number of any region in the world per capita. So that is a major challenge that we think needs to be addressed. The Arab states, there is more on housing finance and market rate and affordable housing, often with some level of state subsidy, but not enough in some of the other areas, that particularly with the levels of migration and crisis that we're seeing at the moment. Asia Pacific, again, housing finance is very prominent, and then emergency housing, a little bit coming from conflict, quite a bit from natural disaster. But not so much, some funding on small projects on direct housing delivery, but not so much funding in overall housing systems and housing delivery in that structure. Europe, there is a much heavier emphasis of the European funding that goes on direct housing provision, particularly in public and social housing. So it tends to be governments who are borrowing on that and then providing housing that will go into their public housing schemes. That is also what explains slightly the higher numbers, because obviously housing construction as an objective tends to cost more than housing policy or housing finance facilitation. And then Latin America and the Caribbean, as mentioned before, there is a long history of self-help and rehabilitation projects in the region, and that remains as a very strong theme. And then again, market-driven solutions and housing finance come in behind that. So overall, there is a much, much stronger presence of multilateral donors than there is bilateral donors. And the multilateral funding, in the period we're looking, but realistically, going back to the 1970s and 80s, has probably been a major driver of the trends in housing funding. The bilateral focus on housing tends to be not there. Housing tends to come as a corollary to other types of interventions. There are exceptions to that, but it can sometimes be alongside infrastructure. It can sometimes be alongside general regeneration projects and things like that. There isn't a sort of consistent pattern in terms of looking at the needs and the priorities and then how funding is attached to that. You don't get strong correlations between demand and need and the types of housing funding that's going in. The funding in a lot of cases seems to, not always, but in a lot of cases seems to come more according to donor priorities and general perceptions on that side. There is a very heavy focus in most regions on market-enabling strategies, which are very, very good in and of their own right and do move a lot, but the problem being that that's going to struggle to reach through to the poorest in society unless there is a very, very strong subsidy framework that is well thought out, because one of the other challenges is if you don't have a well thought out subsidy framework, you just inflate the market and actually perpetuate the same challenges. So that's something that needs some looking through and some greater balance, we would say. And then overall, the global development funding, whether we're looking geographically or in the types of interventions, there isn't a sufficient emphasis on the SDG 10.1 and the idea of the 40% who are the worst off in any society and what are their solutions. So we think there's a lot of useful work that can be done in continuing to look at what the overall balance of funding is and then linking that to other factors. So looking at that, looking at the types of interventions and how they relate to particular priorities in terms of economic development, social protection, and then also linking these days with climate change and resilience. So looking at how types of interventions link to that a lot more work could be done there. Looking at the impacts of the types of funding and how they're changing outcomes in societies, looking at the scale of projects and looking at catalytic projects versus domestic funding. That then comes into the overall question of looking at how domestic funding and policy programs link into the development funding and how they can be mutually complementary and supportive. The multilaterals are a little bit stronger on that, but there's still more work that can be done there. And then looking at what might be the next cycle of developing the research that's in the paper. It doesn't necessarily seem to us that reissuing a paper on this subject every year would be the most useful of exercises, because there might only be an incremental shift, but we should perhaps look at a cyclical review of what the state of development funding is, and then in the interim periods be looking at some of these implications of impact, links to domestic programs, and so on and so forth. So thank you very much, Executive Director.
Thank you, Robert. I just wanted to make one quick comment linking to the discussions that we had the previous day. One is how the disbursement of these funds are aligned or not with local priorities. I mean, of course, they are aligned with countries' priorities. And the second aspect is they are also aligned with the country's institutional capacities. If a country has a strong housing finance market, then the country is more prompt or ready to receive funds for housing finance. If not, they will not. So it's just this quick comment. The demand, the alignment of priorities, but also the institutional capacity to use these funds. Madam Chair.
En función de esta exposición, abriría el micrófono para las intervenciones de quienes gusten participar. Adelante. Llama la atención que no pidan la palabra cuando uno de los temas recurrentes en estas sesiones ha sido justamente el tema de financiamiento. Preguntas específicas al respecto hubo en el transcurso de las sesiones anteriores. Entonces, adelante, anímense. Francia, adelante.
Bonjour, je suis Anne-Gaëlle Chapuis, je suis la directrice de l'Agence française de développement ici à Nairobi et je représente aujourd'hui le groupe AFD. À l'AFD, le logement occupe une place centrale dans la stratégie ville durable puisque nous intervenons dans ce secteur depuis plus de 20 ans. Nos financements en faveur du logement représentent une mobilisation de 2 milliards d'euros sur 34 projets à l'international et dans les Outre-mer français. Notre approche s'appuie sur 4 principes fondamentaux. Le premier principe guidant l'intervention de l'AFD dans ce secteur consiste à appréhender la production de logements comme une composante de la planification et du développement urbain. Ce qui est important, c'est d'arriver à faire le lien entre des politiques définies à un niveau national, la prise en compte du contexte local et des besoins, et leur traduction dans les plans de développement et schémas directeurs locaux. Le deuxième principe que l'AFD promeut est de développer une offre diversifiée afin d'apporter une réponse adaptée aux besoins, aux mutations socio-économiques et aux risques d'exclusion caractéristiques de la croissance urbaine. L'offre de logement social doit être appréhendée dans une palette d'offres diversifiées, permettant de couvrir les différents besoins, à la fois en termes de localisation, de type de logement, mais aussi de taille et de prix. À ce titre, il importe d'intégrer aux politiques de l'habitat la question du logement locatif, qui est une réalité dans tous les pays. 70% des ménages à Nairobi sont locataires et pourtant souvent absentes des cadres réglementaires. Le troisième principe est d'intégrer la question du logement à celle de la transition bas carbone des villes et le renforcement de leur résilience au changement climatique. Le secteur de la construction doit contribuer à l'échelle mondiale à 15% de la réduction des effets de gaz à effet de serre d'ici 2050. Il s'agit d'encourager des politiques de l'habitat limitant l'étalement urbain et la consommation d'espaces naturels et favorisant la construction de logements sobres en énergie et la réhabilitation du stock existant. Enfin, un quatrième principe concerne la soutenabilité financière des programmes, qui doit être recherchée pour trouver des schémas viables, mixant subventions et investissements privés. Pour cela, des cadres réglementaires solides, favorisant la mobilisation de fonds concessionnels et à long terme et sécurisant l'intervention du secteur privé sont indispensables. Afin de lever les freins au développement d'une offre de logements abordables, les seuls financements ne suffisent pas. Des politiques publiques structurées, efficientes et adaptées sont nécessaires. C'est pourquoi l'Agence française de développement a lancé, il y a 3 ans, la Sustainable Housing Initiative, SHI, ou l'initiative pour des politiques publiques de logement durable. La Sustainable Housing Initiative est une facilité qui vient appuyer les États et les collectivités territoriales pour la structuration de politiques publiques qui permettent de débloquer l'offre de logements abordables et durables. Cela peut se concrétiser par des études de marché, des recommandations de politique publique, la structuration d'outils financiers ou l'accompagnement d'acteurs opérationnels. C'est un appui à tous les niveaux de la chaîne de production du logement, nationaux et locaux, publics ou privés. Cette initiative est actuellement déployée dans de nombreux pays, dont le Kenya, l'Ouganda et le Rwanda, mais également en Amérique latine. Merci beaucoup.
Muchas gracias, Valencia. Queremos pedirle a Mr. Garda Gresox Stefan del Banco Europeo si puede participar.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for giving me the floor on this very important topic. First of all, I would like to say that we can sign below everything that AFD has said previously. Our approach is very similar. So I would like to say one thing in response to a very interesting presentation that has just been presented as an introduction to this item. It's actually, it's correct. We feel it's correct. And it very interestingly captures the trends and the role of various institutions. So I think it is very nice summary, which probably has been presented for the first time. It's extremely useful, and I hope it can be discussed further and it can direct our future activities. But I wanted to say that one thing that we do is that we actually don't lend to governments. When we lend in Europe for housing, we don't lend to governments. We lend to housing providers, or we lend to housing finance, public finance intermediaries. Actually, when you look at the budgets of European countries, you will not see our financing reported as public debt. And that is because this is provided to financially sustainable institutions, intermediaries or providers themselves. There is only one country which has a sovereign guarantee on housing loans that we provide. It's Ireland. And all other European Union countries, they found a way to keep all those loans outside of sovereign guarantees. But okay, this is just a remark. Now, I just wanted to guide you a little bit through the way we think about housing and how we would like to get that topic carried on in the future. So when we look at housing in Europe and we look specifically at the issue of ownership of a home, what we see are the two elements in the topic of ownership of a home. Now, first and very important aspect of owning a home is a tenure security. When you own something, you know that you will not be kicked out from the home. But there is also another aspect of ownership, and that is an investment aspect. When you own a home, that's a place where you can have your assets of your family. These are the assets that you can pass to future generations. These are the assets you can use to secure debt that you need to take to finance your educational, health, or entrepreneurial needs. So very important is that aspect of owning a house. But that ownership, you cannot really distinguish is this ownership is used for those needs of a family or are used for the needs of profiting from that. And I guess if you look at each family finance separately, if you look at this from the microeconomic point of view, an investment to park family savings in housing is a rational decision. Now that rational decision from the point of view of each individual family may not be rational from the societal point of view, because those decisions lead to those well-known phenomena as urban sprawl, as social exclusion, segregation, and also recently a phenomenon that has appeared in many countries called financialization of housing. So this is an example of something that we call market failure, where a rational decision of each individual participant in the market leads to outcome which is not ideal from the societal point of view. And the housing sector is a very good example of such market failure. And this is actually a justification for involvement of our institution, a public sector institution, and also of involvement of states in the housing sector, is to respond and correct to this well-established market failure. That is why we are present in the sector, and that is why I think we are having these discussions here today. So how this market failure can be dealt with? We have, I think, we have an example in Europe of being able to create housing systems that offer tenure security, but do not have that, the problem of the market failure. We developed these mechanisms for more than 100 years, and these mechanisms led us to have a balanced offer of housing options for people who need housing in our cities. This led us also to understanding in which parts of housing we should be present. And your presentation very rightly shown that we are present on the supply side. We lend to suppliers, to providers of housing, and we don't lend to housing finance. Housing finance are demand measures. So our approach is to focus on supply and not focus on demand. And that's a very good reason for that. And the reason for doing that is that housing is a specific type of good. It's a good which is limited by nature. The limitation comes from the fact that there is limited supply of well-located, buildable land plots. There is always too little land available for construction than people who need houses. This, if we understand that this is a problem, then it has strong implications for the policies that we put in place. And because of that, we are not involved in the demand side measures, because we understand that if we increase amount of money available for housing, then the housing will just become more expensive. Because as the land plots available are limited, they will still be limited. So we still have the same number of land plots to play with, and we need to focus on the supply side then. So with these aspects, we look at our role as financiers of providers of housing in a non-market way. So all our clients, all our borrowers are public, social, affordable, or cooperative housing providers who provide housing not to the highest bidder, not to the person who can pay the most, but to people who need housing the most. So this housing is priced in a non-market way. This housing is allocated in non-market way. But funnily enough, it is done in such a way that it is all financially sustainable. And I like to call it European housing magic. And that's my mission to explain, to talk to people how this magic actually works. We believe that as we built our housing sector in Europe a long time ago, where our countries were actually not so rich and the resources were substantially limited, but we managed to do it in these difficult times. And now we are reaping the fruits of these efforts carried out, say, 100 years ago. We could actually share that experience with other countries and help them reach the same level that we have today. This is what we would like to do, and we are willing to support everybody on that journey. So maybe I conclude with my little intervention on that. Thank you very much. And I would like to say that I'm very grateful and very honored to be able to be here today and speak about our experience. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, directora ejecutiva.
Two quick points in relation to the comments from France and the European Bank right now. I think I've been talking a lot about connecting the urban and the financial frameworks during the World Urban Forum. I spoke a lot around that. And I think the principles that she laid out expresses what I'm trying to say, because it's very rare to have a financial institutions with principles of location and sustainability in terms of the urban development area. And this is one area that I suggest from the technical perspective that we look at, because right now the mortgage banks, the whole financial structure systems in the countries, they don't speak to the urban planning, and they don't lend necessarily the way we want them to lend, following the principles of the new urban agenda, overcoming segregation, promoting inclusion, et cetera, et cetera. And the other point raised by the colleague from the European Bank related to the comment that I made before about institutional capacity. Maybe this is one of the responses, Algeria, to your point. So why, so much money flows to housing in Europe? There is an ecosystem of housing providers that is present, was built, he mentioned, over the last 100 plus years that we don't have in the majority of the other countries. So if the recipients are not there, the money doesn't flow. But just to conclude.
Muchas gracias, directora. ¿Hay una otra participación? ¿Están cansados? Muy bien, pues creo que nos cortaríamos. Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you very much for UN Habitat for the presentation as well as the preparation of this document under this agenda item. And we really appreciate how this document been prepared, and we are pleased to have been contributing as well for the the compilation of information that is in the background document. So in the presentation earlier, we saw that there was a mentioning about emergency housing, which in this compilation of information, Indonesia contributed to this effort. So just to provide you a bit of context, in recent years, just I think 2019, so it's just 5 years ago, we, the government of Indonesia, established a new institution called the Indonesia Agency for International Development, or we called Indonesian Aid. This is in the context of a broader framework of South-South cooperation, actually. So we learn from other more matured institutions, like from our neighbors in Thailand, our neighbors in Korea, our neighbors in Turkey, for instance, who already have this kind of agency for international cooperation or development cooperations. So in the context of scaling up our South-South cooperation, the government decided to have to establish this institution, the Indonesian Aid. So we provided grant, we provided technical assistance, we provided, kind of share of knowledge. But in this context, the grant portion is what I want to focus. So we've been engaging with colleagues, partners from the Pacific countries. We provided grants also to our neighbors in ASEAN, for Afghanistan, for Palestine. And we have these two types of grants that we already planned for long term, and the other one that we did not plan, meaning that we had requests from external parties, from other countries. And most of this is a kind of based initially by humanitarian assistance, humanitarian aid. So in this context, the emergency housing that we provided to Turkey was out of response of there's this earthquake in 2023. Initially, we provided, the government of Indonesia provided more of basic supplies as in humanitarian assistance, but then we stepped up to also provide grant for the establishment of housing. I think around 25 houses in the affected area. So I know that, this is not kind of the long-term, more sustainable housing in what we want to establish here, but that's a process. That's a process, and we as we mature in this Indonesian aid institution, we are also learning from other similar institutions. We're learning from partners so that we can have more long-term sustainable programs. And I think from this open-ended working group, there is also an opportunity to connect, see how we can, how we can explore concrete cooperation. What can the Indonesian aid contribute to the housing programs in the framework of UN Habitat, and for us here to connect with the relevant institution. As I said, this is only 5-year-old institution. We're just a toddler, but we are, really willing to learn, and I think we have so many opportunities, so many potential engagement in the context of housing, in the context of infrastructure, and other things, because that is also part of our foreign policy in general. And if we can focus it to targeted communities, targeted region, I think there is a lot of potential that we can explore. I'll stop there. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Muchas gracias por compartirnos la experiencia. Quisiéramos pedirle a Amanda Enriquín de Hábitat para la Humanidad. Gracias.
Hello. Thank you. Madam Chair, Madam Executive Director, Excellencies, building on our intervention yesterday, we welcome the robust and detailed analysis from UN Habitat on Official Development Assistance, or ODA, commitments for housing. The analysis on types of interventions and the information available from specific donors is really greatly appreciated and an invaluable asset in this dialogue. Habitat for Humanity International has also done our own analysis of the available data of ODA flows to housing programs and components of housing development. We analyzed available data from the OECD's DAC creditor reporting system, specifically of contributions of G7 countries who provide nearly 70% of all foreign assistance globally. Our analysis found that less than 1% of ODA from G7 countries, member states, go to housing. We recognize some excellent efforts, as we heard from France earlier, but that there is also opportunity for greater commitments to housing efforts through ODA. In our analysis of the OECD's DAC creditor reporting system, which is a critical tool for tracking ODA, we also found the following key points. One, housing is not a sector within ODA. Housing does not exist as a sector like health or education within existing efforts to track ODA. Of the 31 sectors of the creditor reporting system, or CRS, housing is lumped into the other social infrastructure sector. The inability to clearly monitor and track housing efforts within the OECD's DAC is a critical gap. Our second finding is that ODA data has an outdated understanding of informal settlements. When you dig deeper into the OECD's DAC creditor reporting system, the definition of low-cost housing, the purpose code, low-cost housing, has an incomplete and outdated understanding of policies to address slums. Specifically, it is defined as slum clearance. This is an outdated methodology, and evidence shows that slum clearance displaces people and their often vibrant socioeconomic networks from one place to another, but fails to deal with the root causes of housing inadequacy. To effectively capture housing program data through this mechanism within the OECD, this categorization and definition of low-cost housing must change. And as I said yesterday, we invite member states to engage with us on this effort in the months to come. Finally, on the observations made by UN Habitat that there are certain trends in foreign assistance programs on housing, that there's potentially an opportunity to improve on the impact on those programs, we urge member states from donor contexts to broaden their understanding of diverse housing approaches across what we call the global housing continuum. This includes prioritizing the needs of those in informal settlements and slums and embracing varied tenured solutions to meet housing demands comprehensively. It's critical that solutions be people-centered and inclusive of the unique needs and opportunities from various communities. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Habitat para la Humanidad. Pues están agotadas las participaciones en este punto 6. No, Brasil. Adelante, Brasil.
Buenas tardes. Me gustaría aportar algo en línea con los colegas de Indonesia. Yo soy Inés Magalhães, soy vicepresidente de Caixa Econômica Federal, que es un banco público que se especializó en términos de no solo vivienda, pero en una agencia de implementación de las políticas públicas nacionales en Brasil. Y creo que en este ámbito nosotros podemos aportar una cooperación internacional con los parceros que están acá. Estuve hoy en Shelter Afrique. Tenemos una larga convivencia con México, con Infonavit, donde tenemos muchas inspiraciones. Y entonces que esto me parece que sería una cosa interesante de ponernos en contacto y a presentar los programas de vivienda en Brasil, que son programas que consiguen llegar a una fecha de renta, una renta muy pequeña, con ingresos, con tasas de intereses interesantes por cuenta de un fondo especial que tenemos para este fin. Creo que la discusión de cuáles son los fundings que financian vivienda es very important, un punto muy importante para que podamos aprofundizar la discusión sobre subsidios, sobre cómo podemos llegar en la renta que no son una renta que habitualmente pueden ascender a una hipoteca formal. Entonces, creo que sin esto no es posible discutir la atención a los informales, que son una gran parte de nuestros clientes en Brasil, por ejemplo, y creo que en África es muy importante este punto, cómo llegar, así como en México, cómo llegar a las personas que tienen una renta informal y traer a estas personas para un financiamiento formal de los bancos. Entonces, creo que esto, y nosotros estamos abiertos a hacer este interchange. Thank you.
Gracias. En el Senegal.
Merci Madame la Présidente de m'avoir donné la parole. Dans notre intervention d'hier, nous avions soutenu que le logement n'est pas qu'un centre d'abri. Il représente un lieu de vie, de sécurité et de dignité. Par conséquent, chaque individu devrait y avoir accès, quelle que soit sa situation économique. En ce qui concerne le Sénégal, la demande de logement est croissante. Environ 53% des ménages urbains consacrent plus de la moitié de leurs revenus au paiement de loyer. Le gouvernement sénégalais a lancé un projet ambitieux visant à construire 100 000 logements sur une période de 5 ans. Ce projet inclut des outils pour faciliter l'accès au logement, tels qu'une loi d'orientation de l'habitat social, un guichet unique pour accélérer les procédures administratives et une plateforme d'inscription en ligne. Pour aider les citoyens à accéder à la propriété, le Sénégal a créé la société de location-vente, notamment la société immobilière du Cap-Vert, SICAP, et la Société nationale des habitats à loyer modéré qui s'appelle SNHLM. Ce sont deux entités publiques dédiées à la promotion des logements sociaux. Cette initiative permet aux ménages de louer des logements avec une option d'achat, rendant l'accès à la propriété plus accessible. Le gouvernement travaille également sur des réformes foncières pour sécuriser les droits de propriété et faciliter l'acquisition des terrains pour la construction de logements. Ces réformes visent à réduire le conflit foncier et simplifier les processus d'acquisition. Le Sénégal encourage également les partenariats entre le secteur public et le secteur privé pour augmenter l'offre de logements. Ces partenariats permettent de mobiliser des ressources supplémentaires et d'accélérer la construction de logements abordables. Des programmes de financement spécifiques ont été mis en place pour soutenir la construction de logements sociaux et abordables. Ces programmes incluent des subventions de prêts à taux réduits pour les promoteurs immobiliers et les potentiels acheteurs. Par ailleurs, les nouvelles autorités ont entrepris de mettre en place un programme national d'accès à la propriété et au cadre urbain rénové, inscrit dans la mise en œuvre du programme national de transformation Sénégal 2050, qui a été lancé au mois de septembre de l'année dernière. Le dit programme a pour objectif d'absorber le gap des 500 000 logements à travers l'amélioration de l'accès à la propriété foncière, au logement et au locatif social et à un cadre urbain rénové. En termes d'objectifs spécifiques, il s'agira pour les autorités sénégalaises de faciliter l'accès au logement par l'autoconstruction sur des parcelles de terrain viabilisées, de développer le parc locatif social et locatif vente, de faciliter l'accès au logement par la propriété immobilière directe, de développer une architecture bioclimatique pour les unités de vie des logements sociaux, de développer un cadre urbain rénové à travers la restructuration, la requalification et la rénovation urbaine. Il conviendra également de développer les zones industrielles à travers le pays, mais également des formations qualifiantes et l'employabilité des jeunes dans les systèmes de construction innovants. Le gouvernement a également pour objectif de gérer la solvabilisation de la demande de logement dans les régions autres que les capitales. Je vous remercie.
Muchas gracias. Malawi.
Madam Chair, Madam Edie, Excellencies and delegates, Malawi welcomes the comprehensive analysis provided by the Executive Director on existing multilateral and bilateral support for housing policies, programs, and projects, and appreciates the detailed data on international funding for housing. The report highlights a crucial issue: the gap between the focus of international housing interventions and the urgent needs of lower-income regions, especially Africa. Madam Chair, while the majority of funding is directed towards housing provision in higher-income regions, we find that many interventions in Africa, including Malawi, remain centered on market-enabling strategies. These strategies, though important, are insufficient to meet the rapidly growing housing demands in our region, where over 1.8 billion people globally and millions in Africa lack access to adequate housing. Malawi calls for a more balanced approach, urging both multilateral and bilateral institutions to allocate greater resources to housing provision and improvement, particularly in low-income countries where demographic growth is significant. Funding should prioritize affordable housing, social housing, and self-help initiatives which directly address the urgent need for safe and secure housing. We also note the regional disparities in funding distribution, with Europe receiving a disproportionate share of the funds. While we understand the importance of regional priorities, Malawi stresses that Africa requires increased support, both in scale and scope, to address the housing challenges we face. In conclusion, Madam Chair, Malawi urges the international community to adopt a more inclusive approach in housing interventions, ensuring that the most vulnerable populations in Africa and other lower-income regions receive the necessary resources for effective housing policies and programs. I thank you.
Estados Unidos, adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I am listening to this, it brings to light that we all have some great solutions within our countries. We see that there is a definite need to bring more equity into international finance, but the question remains is how do we, as this working group, bring that to light to this international fora? And I think we have a big voice here. This is UN Habitat. This is an international forum. We have access to bring our voice to this, and there's ways that we can do this. And so I would suggest, as we start to look at the subgroups that are going to be working on these problems, and again, I want to emphasize this is a problem, and it's a problem that those of us in this room can help solve. But we need to come up with an action plan. It's easy to talk around this, and it's easy for us to leave this room, as we all know, without that action plan. But I would really urge us, as we are getting together in these subgroups, to come up with ways of how you and Habitat can use your very strong voice in this international forum. We have ways to get this out there, to talk about this disparity, be it through the World Economic Forum, through the high-level political forum, through the General Assembly, through research, which I have not really seen. I haven't seen any research that really brings this to light. So just wanted to add that, if we could really take a look at action items to help really inform these global partners, and especially our international funders. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. ¿Alguien más? Retomando la posición de Estados Unidos y anteriores, un tema que podría parecer relativamente sencillo, que implica los recursos económicos, se va ampliando, de acuerdo a lo que se ha expuesto aquí, en una serie de situaciones diversas, importantes a analizar, multilaterales, bilaterales, a quién se da el préstamo, a gobierno, instituciones, intermediarios, a la gente, pregunta, a la gente, como la experiencia de Brasil, de México y de otros países, donde se da de manera directa y en particular a la población más vulnerable. Pregunta, ¿en qué condiciones se dan esos financiamientos que combinan subsidios, créditos? ¿Cuáles son esas condiciones? ¿A qué se destinan esos financiamientos? El tema de suelo se ha abordado poco en esta sesión, pero sin embargo los instrumentos de gestión de suelo, que es el soporte material del cual carecen la mayoría de las ciudades en el mundo, ¿cuáles son esas condiciones de financiamiento o de gestión de suelo para un componente fundamental que también nos lleva al tema de planeación y de instrumentos de desarrollo urbano? ¿Se destina a la construcción? ¿Es o no lo más adecuado? También considerando los elementos que se señalaron en el transcurso de la sesión de innovación respecto a la construcción y el tema ambiental. ¿Se deben destinar o no financiamientos al diseño de las políticas públicas? Otro tema recién es a la investigación de todos estos componentes que hacen al final de cuentas la materialización de la vivienda y aún más la materialización del derecho a la vivienda adecuada. Entonces, en un punto de la agenda de trabajo donde parecería un poco un tema más árido hablar de financiamiento de recursos, se va complejizando y nos lleva a la conclusión, no conclusión, sino un adelanto respecto a las distintas propuestas del abordaje de los temas y de los grupos de trabajo a concretar justamente para este grupo de expertos en el tema de vivienda adecuada en el mundo. Sobre esto y sobre esta gran complejidad, quizá consultarles de nueva cuenta si habría alguna intervención adicional que también nos permita ir dando un enfoque metodológico a la discusión. Cada país, cada instancia, cada ONG tienen una posición y un criterio respecto a lo que tiene que ver con el financiamiento, que al final de cuentas es lo que hace tangible el cumplimiento del derecho a la vivienda adecuada. Por muchas políticas y diseño que tengamos, mientras no existan recursos, difícilmente puede concretarse, aunque no es lo único, por supuesto. China, por favor. Adelante.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity, Chairman. And since Chinese is the official language, so I would like to use Chinese to explain our statements. And okay. 刚才有些代表提到了关于这个 housing as asset 这个 solution。我们这里想强调一下，从中国的经验来看，我们中国政府一直强调房子是用来住的，不是用来炒的。我们觉得在我们这个政府和社会有责任促进人人享有适当住房，但没有责任去保障人人拥有住房资产，这个是一个很重要的问题。首先，我们从很多国家的经验来看到，确实有很多国家是提倡住房资产积累，作为一个自我养老保障的一个基石，以及防范家庭财务风险的一个缓冲机制。所以有很多国家对住房自有资产呢给予很多的支持。那么在世界范围内，住房资产型保障 （asset-based social security） is very popular， 是一个很流行的一个说法。但是包括在很多国家也认为，保障性住房也应该多考虑为受保障对象提供资产积累和分享社会财富积累的机会。然而，2008年国际金融危机冲击下，欧美国家还有很多新兴国家都出现了大范围的住房负资产以及住房所有权丧失。那么这个都显示了，当然还有新一轮的这个国际各种的经济冲击，都显示了住房资产型保障的一种高风险和脆弱性。那么，联合国人居所也曾经出版过专门的报告，讨论住房金融化带来的这种社会风险。虽然住房金融化与住房资产化它并不直接划等号，但两者之间是有高度的联系性。第二点，我们认为政府如果过多推进住房资产型保障的社会政策刺激，它不仅是让过多的居民暴露在巨大的这个住房市场的一个波动性的风险之中，它天然还有很多的不平等性。它首先有租购之间的不平等性，还有阶层之间的不平等性，地域的不平等性，还有代际之间的不平等性。因为住房的资产说到底，它如果要保值增值，它实际上是要让青年一代为此付出代价，为此去承担这种代际租。 generation rent。那么第3点呢，我们还注意到，住房资产高的家庭往往是最不需要住房资产来作为一种养老保障或意外风险的防御。那些最需要养老保障的群体，又往往最难以积累住房资产。第4点，在实践中呢，住房资产性保障有一个假设，当人们在老年或者遭遇意外的时候呢，他们可以从住房资产里头提取出来保障资金，但实践中这种做的难度非常大。有很多的研究发现，其实很多老年人是不愿意从住房里头去提出这种保障资金的，因为对自有住房有很强的这种情感的价值，还有这种馈赠文化，都妨碍这种资产型的保障。那么还有第5点呢，我们也看到了很多最新的一些国际比较研究，他发现呢，那些利用住房资产保障程度高的国家呢，往往居民和政府之间的纽带是削弱了。那么因为他们自己认为自我保障之后呢，他会对社会统筹的保障减弱，那么对社会再分配的政策呢，它的支持度会降低。所以我们提请联合国人居署和未来的专家工作组在鼓励这个实现人人享有适当住房的政策时候，还是应该专注提高住房的消费性和实用功能，而对鼓励住房资产的积累呢，要谨慎进行一些过度的参与。谢谢。
Gracias. Sin duda añade un componente muy importante en esta discusión y en la medida en el papel que estamos jugando todos aquí, me acuerdo de esta visión de la vivienda como un derecho por sobre una mercancía, pero que sin duda entra en juego esta posición, y también me regreso al tema del suelo, por justamente la función social del suelo y la función social de la vivienda como elementos básicos de esta discusión. Nos informan que ya está en el salón de la municipalidad de Etequini, perdón. Adelante, Bongo Musa Sondo, por favor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to you and ED. And also request that you pardon me. At the time you called me, I was just out, and I'm grateful for the second opportunity that you have given the city of Durban in eThekwini in South Africa. Madam Chair, the contribution you wish to make is to first and foremost appreciate the longest partnership we have enjoyed with the UN Habitat in all fronts of the pragmatic approach that the UN Habitat is advancing, and we have equally benefited for that and made ourselves available to be a laboratory of innovative approaches where we can, and equally share those lessons within the relevant platforms provided by the UN Habitat, including the Assembly, World Economic Forum, and many other platforms that are possible. On the issue of housing, this is a very important matter for us as cities, as we are trying our level best to advance sustainable urbanization, accepting that the people who are moving to cities in what now is being called metropolitanization, they offer particular opportunities, but equally we as cities must be prepared sufficiently to provide adequate housing in multiple approaches that are available to us. One among the things we would like to put forward is the resolution that was brought by the Africa Group in 2017 around the support for cities to build local capabilities on data management so as to advance insight-driven policy and practice. At the time, we're talking about safer cities and human settlement, and we feel this is really important. To that effect, I would like to report, Madam Chair, that the city of Durban has developed relevant capabilities, and we continue to develop them in a form of what is called the city strategic hub, the single source of truth about the people who live, invest, and visit the city of Durban. And that initiative has been equally been taken by the Presidency of South Africa, Honorable President, the Excellence Ramaphosa, who have established a national strategic hub, the single source of truth about South Africa in all of its aspects, which I feel is very important for advancing insight-driven policy and practice around adequate housing. And we as City of Durban propose that we could then take this the discussion here and engage other cities within our reach as part of our sister city arrangement, and see how we could then advance this, and then whatever lessons that we learn working together with the national government, we then bring into bear to share the lessons. Lastly, Madam Chair, I would also like to indicate that we also offer ourselves to support the expert working group on this important matter in the ways that the member state will decide upon, but we request that we get an opportunity to share the lessons so that it can then inform the practices that we can then take moving forward within the context of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. I thank you, Chairperson and ED.
Muchas gracias. Ahora pedimos a Mohamed Gambo. Adelante, del Banco de Africa.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, Madam Executive Director, thank you very much for the very insightful presentation made in terms of the interventions of multilateral development banks and other development partners within the housing space. So in terms of Shelter Africa Development Bank's perspective, how do we look at it? It's a matter of just taking a step back. We just finished COP29. And the good thing was that housing and urban development was given a kind of due consideration going forward. So I think it's an opportunity, this working group, to leverage going forward, and how we could be able to take advantage of climate financing for housing and urban development. Well aware of the fact that housing contributes around 30 to 40% of greenhouse gases, and countries, more especially Africa, Asia, and also the larger developing world, it's the most rapidly urbanizing region. So it provides an opportunity to go green. But then there are aspects that need to be considered. From the experience of Shelter Africa, trying to incentivize the adoption of green buildings, one of the key challenges is accessing climate financing opportunities, and also, of course, the bankability of the projects. So that's something that I believe, as we discuss further in this intergovernmental group, to really have a clearer perspective in terms of enhancing bankable, green, affordable housing projects going forward. And also having a balance. If it's green, is it affordable? Because there's this perception that if it's green, it's not affordable to those that are in need. So we need to really have the numbers. If we're going green, what does it mean in terms of affordability? What needs to be done in terms of the financial incentives that need to be put in place to make it green and make it also affordable for those in need? And also, other component that it's key and important is the role of municipalities and local governments, because housing is local. Housing is centered at municipalities and cities. So we need to really go along, put concerted efforts in terms of not only focusing on central governments, but also carrying along municipalities, capacitating municipalities, and also understanding what needs to be done to further capacitate them in terms of engaging development partners to incentivize and deliver the housing needs in their cities and municipalities. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por esta experiencia. Quisiera consultar a la directora ejecutiva si tuviera alguna reacción. No. Pues no hay quien solicite intervención. Podríamos... Proponemos cerrar esta sesión. Mañana continuaremos con los puntos ya previstos y en particular.
Tenemos hoy más una agenda.
Perdón,
Still have two parts.
Perdón, ya la gripa me está afectando en el proceso del orden. Regresamos, concluimos efectivamente el punto 6 para regresar a las exposiciones que quedaron pendientes de la sesión matutina, en particular de los estados árabes y de la región Asia-Pacífico. ¿Correcto?
Gracias, Presidenta. I just would like to call my colleague Katja Schäfer to present our work in Eastern Europe, following the presentations that we had today on Arab states, Asia Pacific, and yesterday Latin America and Africa. Katja, please.
Thank you very much, dear Madam Chair, dear ED, Excellencies, Friends of Housing and Urban Development in the room and online. I have the pleasure to present UN Habitat's work in Eastern Europe. That's what I have been asked to do, but I would like to expand also to the countries in the Caucasus and Central Asia that are not necessarily in the same Eastern European group, but have similar issues. Just to share with you here the geographical extent of the region of Eastern Europe, and the UN Habitat support has been actually focusing on the program, so-called program countries in, as I said, in Europe and Central Asia, and these also include, in addition to southwestern Europe, the so-called Western Balkans, the Caucasus countries, and the Central Asian countries all together. UN Habitat does not have a regional office, as you know, but we have been mobilizing our colleagues and team to basically look into the specific issues of that region. If I look at challenges and trends in the region, looking at, of course, it's not Africa, but it's a very rapidly urbanizing region with quite severe levels of urban sprawl. And here we talk about unplanned neighborhoods, unplanned areas, both for the urban poor, but also for the urban rich. I think that is a phenomenon that we haven't really discussed here, but maybe the investment part of housing is being covered here. We have also the phenomenon of, let's say, declining cities, shrinking cities, but also an aging population. Not only the population is aging, but also the infrastructure. And it is outdated, not only when we look at buildings that accommodate housing, but also transport, water infrastructure, and the energy dimension. And these are really contemporary needs that cities are facing, and we need to address them in the spirit of, let's say, climate change, but also with regards to urban growth. We have observed, in fact, quite across the board, the issue of housing affordability, especially for most vulnerable groups, is challenging, and issues of inequality rising. And I would like to emphasize here also one of the facts that we have observed occasionally, the issue of development-induced displacement. People can no longer afford newly constructed housing units. Climate impact, of course, is there heavily in the region. Thanks for the reference to the COP29 here. And we have also seen, I put it under the category of legislative and policy gaps. We have seen, in fact, that coming out of, let's say, Soviet era, institutions need to be basically addressing housing not only as a construction sector, but really embracing it in the urban development sphere. And then, of course, the region also faces quite severely internal migration, both the rural-urban migration, but also displacement triggered by conflicts, by natural disasters, or economic instabilities. So I think these aspects are all really putting a strain on housing and urban development. And of course, looking at the climate situation in the region, we have quite extreme temperature situations that need to address really the energy aspects, both in terms of cooling and heating. I would like to highlight also the trends we have observed in the region, that in fact many governments have decided to plan new and smarter cities. And that is something I think also other countries in Asia Pacific, for instance, could share experiences with. And of course, there is a parallel renewed interest in urban regeneration, though the aspect of, let's say, the adequate legislation is not always there. Regeneration, also in terms of upgrading housing stock, is one of the elements. Retrofitting and energy efficiency is being discussed here as well. More and more also the issue of inclusivity, of looking at marginalized groups in urban areas is being addressed and embraced, and often also the question of financing mechanisms for those groups are being discussed. I don't want to go into details, and I think many issues were here already discussed, but I think I also would like to highlight that the region is quite advanced when it comes to the use of technology in terms of understanding the housing situation as well. And the integration of the new urban agenda and sustainable development goals is really something that is fully embraced in the discussion. I would like to just briefly highlight where we see for UN Habitat an approach to support those countries. We are rather new in the region, so we cannot really showcase very concrete examples yet of programmatic activities, but we really see our added value in engaging in a policy discourse, both looking at urbanization policies with a housing agenda at the center, but also the institutional setup. Just to give you an example, in some of the countries we are supporting, there are 3 different types of ministries engaged in housing issues. Maybe an opportunity, but sometimes also a challenge. And I believe the countries are ready, as they are undergoing institutional and policy reforms, to also embrace innovation. And I guess there's a strong interest actually in learning from other countries and other examples how to embrace housing at the center of urban planning. Capacity development issues have been raised quite widely, and there is a spirit of partnerships in the region. I think building on solidarity aspects and regional collaboration is something that we have observed as well in our support. Let me just share with you let's say the engagement that we are fostering. Of course, we work very closely with our UN family in the respective countries. The resident coordinators are our, let's say, they invite us, they promote urbanization on our behalf, and we use the so-called UN system-wide strategy on sustainable urban development that embraces all aspects of the new urban agenda, of the localization of sustainable development goals, but also other global commitments, including the Paris Agreement. We use the vehicles of the Common Country Assessment, where we basically together with all the other UN entities look at the common development indicators, but also trying to understand where urbanization and housing can be best placed in the different sectors of development in the countries, and then together with the respective governments sign the so-called cooperation agreements, where UN Habitat supports and in certain occasions also leads the urban development and housing discussion in the countries. We have very strong engagements with the economic commissions, both for Asia Pacific and the Economic Commission for Europe, both responsible for certain countries in the region. let me say, on a regional advocacy level, when it comes to addressing housing and urban development, we have the Regional Sustainable Development Fora in both cases, but also the specific dedicated urban fora as the Asia-Pacific Urban Fora in the ESCAP region, but also the annual UN-ECE Committee on Urban Development, Housing and Land Management get-togethers there around October, but also most recently the Forum of Mayors that address housing and urban development issues. But let me move into some more tangible, let's say, regional programming that we have been fostering here in UN Habitat. The UN Development Account is quite a beneficial instrument that helps us to bring together different countries on common issues. We have 4 thematic areas. The first one we started a few years ago is looking at air quality and nature-based solutions, all in the aspect of really bringing better quality of life into countries, into cities, into neighborhoods. Here we worked in Serbia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, and also Tajikistan together with UNEP. We have been supporting the cities of Tbilisi, Bishkek, Niš in Serbia, and Dushanbe on their voluntary local reviews, but also built on similar activities on urban mobility in Almaty, in Bishkek, in Chisinau, and Kragujevac in Serbia. And I highlighted in red, and you will see that throughout my presentation, the emerging issue of support to housing. And here we have a regional program which covers Moldova, the Kyrgyz Republic, and Uzbekistan. And together with UNECE, we have been working on housing profiles that embrace also land and urban development dimensions. This year in Armenia. Next year we will be working and supporting Montenegro, and the year after it is planned to support Uzbekistan. If I dive now into, let's say, 4 selected cases of countries, and I know it's quite a German way of thinking, of planning these kind of thoughts, but you will see that our main partner in Serbia, in fact, is the Ministry of Construction, Transport and Infrastructure, and the newly established Agency for Spatial and Urban Planning. We have been working very closely with Serbia on an urban development strategy. There is a revision ongoing, and UN Habitat has been asked, in fact, to focus in the revision of that strategy on housing, which I think fits very well into the spirit here. The colleagues, in fact, who have been working on housing in Serbia have retired, so there is a whole rejuvenation process ongoing. We have been using national urban fora in Serbia to discuss urban development and housing, but also, I have to say, as platforms to involve other countries. So the fora are really exchange platforms. Georgia is a rather new country from the Caucasus region, where we work with the Spatial and Urban Development Agency that has started and has been delegated by the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development to elaborate a spatial development concept, not a plan yet, but a concept, because it's a very consultative process that is undergoing in the country. National urban fora have been held, one this year, which in fact is quite interesting. The declared actions from that fora have prioritized adequate housing in promoting social, environmental, and economic development. And we will be supporting, as UN Habitat, as part of this declaration implementation, the review of all the existing documents on housing and urban development, but also help Georgia to come up with a white paper to inform policy discussions in the country. In parallel, there is a strong demand for technical support on an urban observatory that embraces housing as well. Now, Azerbaijan, and I greet my colleagues here in the first row, we are working very closely with the State Committee on Urban Planning and Architecture, let's say on three layers. One is, of course, the Azerbaijan program. There is an element of advocacy and a substantive support on a global level. If I focus now, for instance, on our work in Azerbaijan, we have established the first, let's say, UN Habitat office there just last year. we are working on the national urbanization policy. It's to commence very soon, and housing will be placed at the center of this discussion in order to really foster an integrated spatial planning for sustainable urbanization in the country. We will also start an adaptation fund project that focuses on climate resilient communities and cities in Azerbaijan, and we will definitely have a strong neighborhood approach here. And the Baku master plan that recently was adopted will hopefully also have some of the legacy projects supported by us. Now, looking at the advocacy, we all know there was COP29 most recently, and there will be the World Urban Forum 13 in 2026. And this is really a very good converging point of urbanizing the climate discussion and climatizing the housing and urban discussion. And we really see these two events not only as events, but processes. And in a region where Azerbaijan is also an active partner, last year during the SPECA, the Special Program on Economies in Central Asia, which looks at the Middle Corridor development, a cities hub was proposed by Azerbaijan and taken forward this year also in Dushanbe's discussion. We are really embracing territorial development and housing development along that corridor. And at the global level, I mentioned those events that really bring the convergence of resilient discussions with the urban development discussion. And just in January, there will be also an expert group meeting on people-centered smart cities. Briefly also, I would like to highlight the urban reconstruction efforts that we are supporting with our recently established office in Kiev that will not only look at access to data and better understanding distraction levels, but also looking at sustainable development of neighborhoods and cities, placing the housing agenda at the center, including capacity development and enhancing of the design capacity in the country, and digital solutions and technical support in this regard is also very much there. I'm coming slowly to the conclusion of my presentation and would like to remind us or celebrate, in fact, the side event we were able to mobilize at the World Urban Forum, where, in fact, Uzbekistan, the Kyrgyz Republic, Moldova, Georgia, and the Ukraine came together with experts from the EIB to discuss housing issues in the respective region. And we were really surprised also to see immediate areas of exchange and collaboration. And we see really the potential of establishing a lighthouse program on housing issues for Eastern Europe, the Caucasus, and Central Asia emerging from those discussions. And looking forward, I think UN Habitat will continue supporting the issue of advocacy, of placing housing at the center of urban development, the promotion of different mechanisms for affordable and inclusive housing, but also the climate resilient dimension and exploring innovative pathways with the different actors, including the engagement of private sector as well. Technical support we will extend, looking at data collection, but also the monitoring of data related to housing and urban development, the support to national housing policies, also to tailored housing strategies at local level, to scale up actually good initiatives, and I think here there is a great learning trajectory, but also looking at necessary capacities and knowledge sharing, and continue also to promote partnerships and regional collaboration. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Katja, with this presentation of our work in the Eastern European region and a little bit beyond even. And now I'd like to continue and actually close this session on regional presentations with a presentation on the Western Europe and other countries, which will be done by Robert Louis Lettington. Robert, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Raf. Our program is relatively light in the Western European and others group, so we'll focus a lot more on trends and be relatively brief, as I'm sure you'll be all happy to hear. So looking at some of the main trends that we're seeing, the question of rising costs and cost burdens, often falling under the umbrella of affordability, but stressing that here we're talking about the traditional sense of affordability, so the affordability of housing costs as a proportion of people's income and particularly their disposable income. So that is an increasing problem. Housing costs have been rising dramatically, and in some countries substantially more than others. Particularly some of the countries in Eastern Europe are suffering quite heavily on this. But also in North America, there is an underlying very difficult trend of the proportion of households that are having to spend more than 30% of their income on housing costs. So in the traditional definitions, counting as being in housing poverty. And we are finding that these challenges are falling disproportionately upon renters, and that is predominantly renters in the private rental market, who are also quite severely affected by habitability conditions in a number of situations. Energy poverty, because of the climatic situation and the seasonal nature, is also a very big challenge, particularly with the recent spike in energy costs. Again, there are some countries that are being hit harder than that because of income levels, but it's a relatively widespread trend. And it is tending to be exacerbated by the question of the infrastructure, and countries with more modern energy infrastructure and often with some collective solutions tend to be more resilient. There is also, at the same time as we have substantial problems on housing costs and to a certain extent on supply in some situations, we also have a very big challenge with the underuse of housing. It is estimated that 33% of Europeans are living in under-occupied homes. So homes that have, on a simple mathematical calculation of how many rooms and how much space per person, that you have a far smaller population within that house. This is typically older generations, children having left and gone on, but it does spread out a bit more widely. We also have some concerns over the relationship between sustainability technology and the development of housing projects and the ability to regenerate. And that ties in also to the sustainability of housing development systems in relation to climate envelopes. We can't simply keep building new units while staying within emissions targets, so we need to look at regeneration, and quite a lot of issues come up there. There is a fairly substantial regional investment in energy efficiency, but that is predominantly focused on new construction, and there, relatively speaking, is a weaker investment in renovation and improvement, which is something that could obviously be shifted. But it also ties into the structures of the construction industry. Homelessness has been in recent years an increasing challenge. It is a long-term recognized challenge. It came to a head during the COVID period, but it has been also increasing on an upward trend even apart from the situation of COVID. So at least 895,000 people. The definitions on homelessness between street sleeping, between the hidden homeless, in those who are in shelters, in other forms of housing, is a little bit difficult to get common and precise numbers there. But that is, we can definitely see on average an upward trend in both Europe and North America, and in some cases substantial increases. Looking at the housing tenure composition, which has a lot to do with the resilience of the housing market, the region is predominantly an ownership-based housing system structure, but there are significant exceptions to that, particularly in the highest income countries. So in North America, a relatively similar trend between Canada and the US at 2/3. And then in Eastern Europe, mostly, well, some of the Eastern and Central European countries, mostly related to the post-communist transition, where there was a very heavy privatization structure that now creates a very, very high private ownership model. Rental housing, as noted, in some countries, it's going up as high as 50% plus. In most of the countries, it's substantially lower, looking at typically sort of 15-20% in some places. But on average, 31% of the EU population in rental housing, a lower proportion in North America, substantially lower. Canada at 5%, and we haven't got the number for the US at the moment. And then, again, looking Netherlands, Austria, Denmark leading the way in terms of different options of rental housing, but particularly on social and cooperative models rather than private rental. So what we're looking at here and what we're observing in many cases, the policy responses that are coming, increases in the affordable housing supply. Again, as I say, the affordable housing supply in terms of relation to income is the greatest priority, particularly where that is connected to tenure security, so because there is a strong correlation between vulnerability in the private rental market and vulnerability to homelessness. Looking at increasing the targeting and the effectiveness of energy efficiency investments, quite a lot of activity going on homelessness prevention, but more required. Urban planning and redistribution, looking at how we are doing taxation systems around property tax, around land-related taxes, and looking at service taxes and the related, and also looking at how energy and transport costs feed into housing costs. And then recognizing the sort of increasing challenges that the region is facing. The European Union, as some of you will be aware, has recently added housing specifically to the EU agenda. And we expect, I think if I'm correct, that is sort of just getting off the ground now. So I would expect within the next 6 to 12 months that we'll start seeing more robust policy initiatives from the European Union level. The work that Habitat has been doing in the region, we've had a very strong collaboration with the Economic Commission for Europe in many ways. Housing 2030 was probably the most detailed and complex collaboration that we've had. So particularly working with social and public housing associations and looking at a long-term strategy for housing in Europe, looking at land, looking at pricing, looking at construction trends, and has a very large repository of best practices, which is also something that we would recommend other regions look at, not necessarily always for the technical content, but for the model and the approach of looking at how to develop a strategy that's been quite successful. That has led on to the regional action plan supported by ECE, the place and life in ECE. So looking at strategy, then into implementation, and then being able to have a cycle down the road where they come back to review impact and success. We are regularly partnering in different activities in the Committee on Urban Development, Housing and Land Management, and also the Working Party on Land Administration. So we will frequently be presenting some of our technical projects there, and then also discussing some of the technical cooperation, particularly some of the projects that Katia mentioned earlier. And we also have collaborations on a number of voluntary local reviews, looking at housing and service outcomes, and then also on the development of country national housing profiles and urban development reviews. We also tend to, while not leading, tend to contribute to a wide range of other activities, like the State of European Cities. And then also our Brussels office has some substantial collaborations with the European Commission particularly. And for example, we are expecting a workshop that will come through February, March next year, which actually there is some preliminary discussion of whether that could be fed into this working group as a process, possibly as one of the intersessional activities. And then, of course, in the immediate case, France and Germany, we also have to recognize for their support to the activities of this working group itself, which is very gratefully received. So thank you for that summary, and I look forward to any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you very much, Robert. And as your presentation is closing off the substantive input from the different regions on agenda item 5, I would like to make some concluding reflections on this and also maybe pointers for discussion, because we are now about to enter into a new phase of our work on housing with the new strategic plan. And we intend to have a reinvigorated focus on housing through the different parts of our agency with more capacity, both financial and human. And we would like to receive from you guidance on recommendations to this working group on how normative and operational approach to this can be further strengthened and further focused as we further develop the strategic plan cycle 2026-2029. And there are some specific questions that are coming up in this regard, also based on the different presentations that you have heard under this agenda item today and yesterday. First of all, there is a combination of data, research, policy, and practice. We could move to more systemic interventions. How can we scale and replicate successful initiatives to address systemic gaps more effectively? Second point is, what criteria should guide the framing, the classification, and the prioritization of interventions to maximize impact on target populations, particularly the bottom 40%? How can we advance a better regional balance in our work? And what can working in coalitions entail? How can Habitat work in coalition with different organizations to scale up our impact? What could be our role, and what kind of partnerships can help us measure long-term impact? Also, how can we better link UN Habitat's interventions with the existing national and international investments? And how can we effectively partner with the private sector in this regard? And finally, how could this group support efforts to advance work on homelessness, including a global definition and scaling effective approaches to reduce its prevalence? So thanking you in advance for any reflections, any recommendations related to these questions as we are further preparing our next strategic plan. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Raf. Pues están planteadas varias de las preguntas. Nos gustaría consultar si hay reacciones. Azerbaiyán, adelante.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving the floor. Distinguished delegates, excellencies, thank you for the presentation by our dear Katya Schaffer. She gave a very interesting summary of the projects implemented with support of UN Habitat in the region, with highlights to Azerbaijan. I believe in my presentation I will not repeat that, but rather complement what has been done, already presented. The delegation of Azerbaijan commends UN Habitat for its efforts in forming this expert group on housing, adequate housing for all, and we reaffirm our commitment to supporting the group's activities and objectives. In recent years, the partnership between Azerbaijan and UN Habitat has grown remarkably, yielding significant milestones in advancing resilient and sustainable urban development. With the invaluable support of UN Habitat, we successfully organized national urban forums in 2022 and 2023. We hosted World Habitat Day in 2023, which really paved our way to further for urban development. And in January next year, we will host the expert group meeting on working out international guidelines on people-centered smart cities, which will create the international framework for the smart city concept. Our collaboration with UN Habitat is also pivotal in Azerbaijan's post-conflict reconstruction and rehabilitation, and central to this effort is the introduction of smart cities and smart villages concepts, ensuring that innovation and sustainability stays at the core of our recovery. Over the past decades, urbanization in Azerbaijan has been a significant process, and one of the major challenges has been growing demand for housing, and particularly in Baku, in the city of Baku, and the Baku Master Plan, which already was mentioned in the presentation, so is laying the new transformation approach in the urban development with a focus on housing and adequate housing as well. Housing is one of the goals of the government social policy and is at the core of urban planning and land use the policies. The rights for affordable housing are granted in the constitution of the country, housing code, and other policy documents. And inclusivity and equitable society, clean environment, and green growth are the main priorities of the Azerbaijan 2030 national priorities for social economic development. The government of Azerbaijan is implementing housing programs to improve affordability and accessibility for a wider segment of the population. To this end, the government established a state housing development agencies to provide subsidized housing with a focus on supporting families in need. These initiatives are not only taking place in the city of Baku, which first faced the challenges of urbanization, but are extended to other urban centers of the country. The beneficiaries of these housing programs are the newly married young people, some civil and military servants, and other social groups which can benefit from this program. Citizens can also go through the preferential mortgage systems to get an access to this housing program. Additionally, there is a specific government program for ensuring the housing demands of the people with disabilities and different level of vulnerability. Urbanization challenges which has already been mentioned, were one of the topics discussed during WOF 12 and COP 29. By this opportunity, we once again want to extend our congratulations to the delegation of Egypt for hosting successfully WOF 12. The third ministerial meeting on urbanization and climate at COP 29 launched two initiatives, which we think are very important in terms of focusing on the urbanization climate challenges. The one is the MAP, Multi-Sectoral Actions Pathways to Resilient and Healthy Cities. It highlights that urban challenges should be viewed across the sectors to make urban context more sustainable, affordable, and healthy. Another initiative, the establishment of the Baku Continuity Coalition, aiming at creation a synergy between the WOFs and COPs. This means that discussions on any of these platforms can be revisited and taken further with the lead role of UN Habitat. So, as the WOF 13 host and guided by the principle of WOF by all for all, Azerbaijan welcomes collaboration with all partners and stakeholders to achieve a healthier and more inclusive world. We stay committed to working with UN Habitat and continue developing the urban sector in Azerbaijan. We will be very happy to hear about good experiences and exchange good experiences in the context of this expert group, working group, and contribute on our part as well. Thank you for giving the word, and thank you for everything. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Francia.
Merci Madame la Présidente. En tout cas, merci pour les présentations qui ont été faites. Juste quelques éléments de réflexion. Le premier sur les chiffres du logement social en Europe. Je tenais en tout cas à rappeler qu'en termes de logement, en tout cas à l'unité, la France est en tête. En France, nous avons 5,2 millions de logements sociaux. Les Pays-Bas, 2,3 millions, l'Allemagne, 1,7 million. Mais également, en tout cas, en termes de pourcentage par rapport à la population, bien évidemment, là, les Pays-Bas sont en tête à raison de 27% et la France est à 17%. Un autre élément de réflexion, en tout cas pour rappeler que la France est très engagée sur les questions de sans-abrisme. Nous sommes également engagés donc, au sein de la Commission des Nations Unies pour l'Europe, donc qui a son siège à Genève, et j'étais en tout cas avec des collègues présents à la réunion qui a eu lieu à Genève pour rappeler en tout cas notre engagement sur le logement, en tout cas dans cette zone de la Commission des Nations Unies pour l'Europe. Un dernier point sur la réunion des ministres européens du logement. La France, sous sa présidence de l'Union européenne, juste pour la petite parenthèse, tous les 6 mois, un pays de l'Union européenne assure la présidence du Conseil de l'Europe. Donc la France, il y a 2 ans, assurait la présidence du Conseil de l'Union européenne et donc a convoqué une réunion des ministres européens du logement, donc qui a eu lieu à Nice. Et donc, suite à cette réunion, il y a eu beaucoup d'engagements qui ont été pris, justement pour promouvoir le logement social au niveau européen. Et donc, cette initiative a en tout cas eu, disons, un impact très net, parce que la Belgique également, lorsqu'elle a occupé la présidence de l'Union européenne, a convoqué la même réunion. Donc, ça s'est déroulé à Liège, et donc où on a eu la présence de nombreux ministres européens pour parler des questions qui nous touchent. Et donc, une actualité très récente, vous avez dû suivre qu'il y a un commissaire européen en charge du logement qui a été désigné. Donc, voilà, les sujets sont en tout cas en train d'être, en tout cas, avancent très, très clairement. En tout cas, la France restera très engagée sur la question du logement social abordable, mais également sur la question du sans-abrisme. Merci.
Muchas gracias, Francia. ¿Alguien más que quisiera participar? Vamos haciendo una consulta de logística. Les proponemos cerrar con estas últimas intervenciones para mañana reiniciar a las 9 de la mañana respecto al punto 7. Y si recuerdan, pues vamos a tocar el punto 2B y 2C, si no mal recuerdo, respecto a elección de de la dirección de estos grupos de trabajo. Si no tienen algún comentario, observación, recordarles, mañana también es la visita, el recorrido, que se vengan con ropa cómoda para estar en las mejores condiciones. Entonces, muchas gracias a todos, todas, y nos vemos el día de mañana. Muy buenas tardes.